The Lancaster Barnstormers returned home after a 9-hour bus ride. They pulled in at 7:45 this morning. And somewhere over the last 10 and a half hours, a metamorphosis happened. And they emerged this evening as the Lebanon Iron Masters. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our special audiences for this weekend. The folks up in Lebanon listening to us on Froggy Valley 100.1. And also anybody tuned in from Staten Island, as Johnny Wincott, the voice of the Ferry Hawks, is at a wedding this weekend and has asked that everyone tune in to our broadcast here from Clipper Magazine Stadium. So good evening, everyone. Welcome to Lebanon Iron Masters baseball on this very special weekend here at Clipper Magazine Stadium as the Iron Masters host the Staten Island Ferry Hawks, the first of a three-game series between two ball clubs wrapping up the first half and trying to gear up for the second half of the season. Our pitching matchup tonight, right-hander Eddie Reynoso making a spot start for the Ferry Hawks. It'll be his third start. One of the previous starts was against the Barnstormers, and he threw very well at Staten Island University Hospital Community Park back a month or so ago. And for the Barnstormers, it will be Eric Manoah, who made his Atlantic League debut as a starter last Saturday. And Manoah was exceptional in the second game of a doubleheader. He gave up just 3 hits and 2 runs as the Barnstormers eventually got tripped up by the Long Island Ducks in that game. Manoah comes in 1-1 with a 4.30 earned run average. Let's take a look at the starting lineups, which are currently being exchanged by Iron Masters manager Ross Peoples and Ferry Hawks skipper Edgardo Alfonso, the longtime National League second baseman. For the Ferry Hawks tonight, it will be Antoine Duplantis leading off in left. The shortstop batting second is Alfredo Reyes. Angel Aguilar, who has been the top hitter on the Ferry Hawks, will bat third. He has shifted over now to play second base. The center fielder hitting cleanup is Ricardo Cespedes. Dilson Herrera is the first baseman batting fifth. Joseph Reyes will be the DH in the sixth slot. Mariel Batista is the right fielder batting seventh. Javier Betancourt will bat eighth and play third base. And Brian Gonzalez is the catcher batting ninth. Reynoso on the hill. Eddie Reynoso with a 3-3 record and a 3.51 earned run average. For the Iron Masters, pretty much the standard lineup that we have been seeing the Lancaster Barnstormers use. It will be Sean Dunston Jr. leading off in center field. The second baseman batting number 2 is Melvin Mercedes. Kelly Dugan will bat third and play first base. The cleanup hitter is the designated hitter, and that is Andretti Cordero. Colton Shaver is catching and batting fifth. Ladarius Clark will be the left fielder batting sixth. Trayvon Robinson batting seventh and playing right. The shortstop hitting eighth is Anderson Felice, and Trace Lair will have the start at third base batting ninth. Eric Manoah, who earlier this year was a Harrisburg Senator, and now with the Barnstormers and the Iron Masters taking the hill. Manoah with the 1-1 record and 4.30 earned run average. Ball club coming off a road trip. They were 4-8 on the trip. They split series against York and Long Island, a 2-game series against York and a 4-game series against the Long Island Ducks, and then dropped the last 2 of the 3-game series against the Lexington Legends. So this is starting a stretch where the local ball club, be they the Iron Masters or the Barnstormers, will be playing 20 out of 26 at home. The other 6 will be at Peoples Bank Park in York. Then they'll go to Staten Island for 3, and then it is back home or in York for a dozen more. So the start of the second half is the second game on Tuesday night, and it's when the Barnstormers will need to catch fire and get off to a big start in the second half, because after the 14th of August, this team will play 21 out of 24 on the road, and it would be very difficult to make up the ground at that point. So they'll need to play their best baseball starting Tuesday night and going for about 6 weeks. A hot start to the second half, very much necessary for this ball club. So a few days left to get tuned up and get ready for Tuesday night and the start of the second half. We had some rain pass through this afternoon. As a matter of fact, a rather nasty thunderstorm came through downtown Lancaster at about 2:30. Of course, the staff here had the field covered, and we're ready to go for baseball tonight. There's the potential of more rain, but nothing is expected until after 9 o'clock, so we should be good to go for baseball here tonight. The Iron Masters taking on the team in Staten Island that is the lowest scoring team for and against in the league this year. And the Barnstormers have had trouble with Staten Island. Maybe the Iron Masters will fare better here tonight. The club's record is 2-4, even though the runs are dead even at 21-21, and that sort of typifies where this club is right now. The Barnstormers have statistics that head in a very, very positive direction, except for the won-and-loss record. They are 25-36 at the start of play this weekend. The Ferry Hawks, though, just 18-43. So for those of you viewing on YouTube, the ball club in very different looking uniforms tonight because the colors of the Iron Masters, primarily an orange color. The uniform with orange sleeves and otherwise white and gray. And the Staten Island Ferry Hawks, who have orange as one of their colors, will be dressed in a powder blue here this evening. So the Iron Masters getting ready to take the field with right-hander Eric Manoa on the hill for Lebanon this evening. And there they go. Out of the dugout as the Lebanon Iron Masters for the first time. Our umpires tonight, Bill Reuter, who is local, will have the balls and strikes. Marty Hassenfuss will be the first base umpire, and Jason Smith, with whom we are not familiar, will be the umpire over on the third base side. Very small Field of Dreams team tonight, and I'm glad to see that one of the youngsters has joined Colton Shaver, the catcher, for the national anthem this evening, because hardly anybody ever goes out to stand with the catcher. So I'm glad to see that. Now down to the field and the performance of our national anthem here tonight.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
West Alabama.
Welcome back from Clipper Magazine Stadium, voted by the fans of the MLB Partner Leagues as the top ballpark at that level for the third consecutive year here in 2022 as the Lebanon Iron Masters host the Staten Island Ferry Hawks in the opener of a 3-game series. Fireworks tonight, fireworks tomorrow night, and then Sunday afternoon we'll wrap up the 4th of July holiday weekend here with a 1 o'clock start against Staten Island. And then the Barnstormers will reemerge on the 4th of July to take on the York Revolution at Peoples Bank Park in York. Special game time there. It is 4:30 on Monday, and then 5 o'clock to start a doubleheader on Tuesday. We'll have 3 games in 2 days over in York, and then the Revs will follow the Barnstormers back here for 2 more, Wednesday and Thursday, and we'll be back on Blue Ridge 11 come Wednesday night. Eric May will be joining me on the telecast. On the hill for the Barnstormers, or Iron Masters tonight, is 6'2", 205-pound right-hander Eric Manoah. He is from Homestead, Florida. He has pitched in 4 different major league organizations, starting with the New York Mets. He was also with the LA Angels and then moved on to the Minnesota Twins last year. And earlier this season, he was with the Rochester Red Wings and the Harrisburg Senators in the Washington Nationals organization. Defensively for the Iron Masters, Trace Lair at third, the shortstop Anderson Felice, Melvin Mercedes at second, Kelly Dugan with the start at first. The outfield has Ladarius Clark in left with Sean Dunston Jr. in center and Trayvon Robinson in right. Colton Shaver is doing the catching, and Manoah's first pitch is a little bit outside to Antoine Duplantis, a Louisiana native who has joined the Ferry Hawks since the last time these two teams played. He's batting .271. He has 1 home run. He has driven in 5. Manoah, who did not make the trip to Kentucky, back into the motion, and the 1-0 slips past the inside corner, and he trails Duplantis, who, as you might expect a leadoff hitter to be able to do, can fly. 2 balls and no strikes. Manoah walked 2, struck out 7 in his start last Saturday at Long Island. A right-hander ready to go. 2-0 pitch poured in there for a called strike. So Manoah has his evening underway, finding the strike zone for the first time. It is 2-1 now. We have high cloudiness overhead. It will get quite bright in here in the not-too-distant future. It already is on the field with the shadows creeping in from left. Howard ground ball, second base, right to Mercedes. He will flip the Dugan. 1 out. Manoah recovering from falling behind 2-0. And now Alfredo Reyes, the shortstop, will come to the plate. Reyes is batting .231, and he's only driven in a couple of runs on the year. We mentioned that the Staten Island Ball Club is the lowest scoring team in the league. Their pitching has been pretty decent, especially their front line pitching. But as a team, they're only batting .226. They've averaged below 3.2 runs per game in their 61 contests. The delivery from Manoah is low. It is ball 1 and no strikes. They've hit 31 homers in 61 games. So it's just not a high-octane offense. However, their front-line pitching, and we'll see it with Reynoso tonight, can be very, very good. Called strike, dropped by the catcher Shaver. And Reyes is even in the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. The wind tonight is in the summertime prevailing direction from left across to right, making the 300 dimension down the right field line even cozier. Swing and a miss by Reyes. Manoah breaks ahead at 1 ball and 2 strikes. And the left field dimension even deeper, where it's 320 down the line, but quickly breaks out to 373. 400 to straightaway center. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Reyes. Manoah comes back and gets him to chase, a swing and a miss. Heading to first base, though not at 100% speed as Reyes. He will be thrown out by Shaver. Strikeout with the out going 2-3. Manoah fans his first, and that will bring on the second baseman, Angel Aguilar. Aguilar, according to most people around the Atlantic League, and I can't dispute this, is an all-star caliber player all the way around. We've seen him at third, we've seen him at short, we've seen him at second. He's got a good glove, and he has the most dangerous bat in the Ferry Hawks lineup. He's batting .313, 9 home runs on the year. He has driven in 32 on the campaign. 2 are out here in the top half of the first inning. Eric Manoah, a starter in his work through the days before the pandemic. He's been a reliever the last 2 seasons, just getting reacclimated to starting. He is ball one high and inside. It is 1-0. He is the older brother of the ace of the Toronto Blue Jays, Alek Manoah, who's having a great season. Fastball is there for a strike call. And Aguilar bats at 1-1. Barnstormers taking a seat for the weekend. The Lebanon Iron Masters on the field. Alek Manoah trying to finish off the Staten Island Ferry Hawks. They play in a stadium that is right next to where the Staten Island Ferry docks. Breaking ball for a called strike. It is 1-2. They play in the St. George section of Staten Island, right on the northeastern tip, looking out toward Manhattan, looking out toward the Statue of Liberty, and to your right, Brooklyn, to your left, sections of New Jersey, the docks of Bayonne. 1-2, and Aguilar, he refuses to chase as Manoah misses down and away with a breaking ball. It is 2 balls and 2 strikes. Barnstormers were 4-8 on the last road trip. They lost all 3 at Southern Maryland. They haven't beaten the Blue Crabs all year. And then split decisions in York before the rainout. They played very well at Long Island and very well for half a series at Lexington. Swing and a miss. Down goes Aguilar. Manoah strikes out 2 in a row, and he sets the side down in order in the top half of the first inning. Nothing across for the Staten Island Ferry Hawks in the top half of the first inning. We're at the end of a half. It's the Ferry Hawks nothing, and for the very first time, the Lebanon Iron Masters coming up.
Celebrate the history of our national pastime at the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum in Cooperstown. See priceless treasures that will bring your baseball memories to life. Connect with events that have shaped and changed the game and our country. Our stories to tell, your memories to share. Plan your family visit today at baseballhall.org. See you in Cooperstown, where the journey becomes legend.
Are you sick and tired of washers that don't use enough water or take 2 hours to clean and don't last more than a few years? Well, come into Gockenauer's in East Petersburg now and let us show you the Speed Queen commercial grade laundry. Built the old-fashioned way with warranties up to 7 full years. Gockenauer's will deliver and install your new Speed Queen, and we know you'll be fully satisfied with your purchase. Gockenauer's in East Petersburg, your hometown dealer for 73 years.
This is Steve Lum of Kramer & Lum Funeral Home. Personalizing your funeral has never been easier. Whatever people remember you by, whether it's an apron, a special chair, even your motorcycle. If it fits through our doors, it can be part of the service. Kramer & Lum Funeral Home and Crematory, Route 72 in Jonestown.
Kramer & Lum Funeral Home and Crematory. We're here because we care.
Eddie Reynoso on the hill tonight for Staten Island. He is a 27-year-old 6-footer, 230 pounds, and he brings a 3-3 record into the ball game tonight, a 3.51 ERA. He's allowed 38 hits in 33 1/3 innings. He's walked 11, and he has struck out 36. This will be his 3rd start. He made a start against this ball club back on the 2nd of June in the now infamous second game of a doubleheader. His first pitch is a strike to Sean Dunston Jr. leading off here for the Iron Masters. Reynoso worked 5 innings that night. It was his first start of the year. What made it even more remarkable is that he had pitched an inning in relief the night before in the game that was washed out. Swinging a foul away by Dunston. It is no balls and 2 strikes. The Lancaster center fielder with only 1 hit at Lexington. That was a bunt single. His average down to 284, but he drew some walks in that series, including 3 last night. He will look at a pitch down and away, off speed from Reynoso. Ball 1, 2 strikes. Reynoso can also catch and play first base. He was in the Boston Red Sox system very briefly back in 2018. Played for them in the Gulf Coast League. He will step and fire. His fastball is up top. 2 balls, 2 strikes, the count to Dunston. He had just joined the Barnstormers when Staten Island was here a little better than 3 weeks ago. Now to Dunston Jr., swinging a foul away, and the count will remain 2 balls and 2 strikes. This is what has made Dunston such a great leadoff hitter, is that he will battle for that first plate appearance of the game. And most nights he'll be up there for 6-7 pitches, leading off and getting everybody else a pretty decent look. 2-2 pitch, that is swung on, and a line drive toward right center field. Racing over on it is Mariel Batista. He will make the catch. Dunston retired, and there is 1 out with Melvin Mercedes, the second baseman, stepping in. So it's an out, but it's still a 6-pitch at bat for Dunston. The defense for the Ferry Hawks tonight has Javier Betancourt at third, Alfredo Reyes at short. The second baseman is Angel Aguilar, Dilson Herrera at first. Antoine Duplantis is in left field, Ricardo Cespedes in center, Mariel Batista in right, Brian Gonzalez doing the catching. Reynoso will go to work on Mercedes and miss high and outside. Melvin had the best night of all last night. In the lineup, he had a couple of hits, drew a couple of walks, and his average back over 250. He's at 252 with 4 homers and 28 knocked in. Outside, and it's 2 balls and no strikes. And what makes Mercedes even better than that is his capability of drawing the base on balls. He's a pesky little hitter at his number 2 hole. Ball 3 is upstairs from Reynoso. 3 balls and no strikes. Mercedes with a club leading 41 bases on balls this year and an on-base percentage of .378. 3-0, Reynoso into the motion, and the pitch taken at the letters. A called strike on Mercedes. We go to 3-1. Melvin just 2 out of 14 against Staten Island. The Barnstormers have not done a lot of offensive production against this Staten Island club. 3-1 pitch, line drive. There's a base hit into right field. Mercedes has gotten on somewhat of a hot streak for this Barnstormers ball club and Iron Masters tonight. He's now hit safely in 10 out of his last 11 games. He is 16 out of his last 42, batting .381. Here is Kelly Dugan, the Barnstormers and, again, Iron Masters tonight, first baseman. Having a monster season, but he's been slowed down the last few days. The pitch from Reynoso, and that's fouled off to the third base side. That's what we're seeing. And it will click again sooner or later. Dugan still tied for the league lead in home runs with Lexington's Courtney Hawkins, who was hurt this past series. They have 21. York's Carlos Franco with 20. Dugan is 7 behind Franco in the RBI chase, and he has also dropped out of the batting lead. Fastball for strike 2 onto the outside corner, and Reynoso brought that at 95 miles per hour. Last year, Eddie Reynoso played in the Pioneer League, and his numbers were not very good. 0-3 with an ERA double digits before the decimal point. Mercedes leads off from first, held by Dilson Herrera. Pitch off speed, high and wide to Dugan. It is 1 ball and 2 strikes. Kelly hardly had a chance to take the bat off the shoulders last night. He walked all 4 times. Flied once to left field, drew 4 walks. The top of the order last night, reached base 11 times in the game. When that happens, you expect a large offensive total. But only 3 runs crossed the plate in the 6-3 loss to Lexington. Dugan batting at 1-2. Iron Masters with a runner at first, 1 out in the bottom half of the first inning. Infield set at double play depth for Staten Island. Another throw to first, keeping Mercedes honest. 7 steals for Melvin Mercedes on the year. He's been caught once. Dugan at the plate, batting at 1-2. Andretti Cordero is the on-deck hitter for the Iron Masters. Right-hander to the set. Here's the 1-2. Dugan swings and hits a drive foul down toward the Barnstormers bullpen area. 1-2. So we're seeing it again tonight. Dugan's timing is just a notch off when you understand how finely tuned that the timing of hitting a baseball has to be. And it's been there most of the year, but he seems to be swinging a little early, either the ball in the air the other way or he's pulling line drives foul. 1-2, and Dugan takes a breaking ball off the inside corner. Reynoso piling up pitches here in the bottom half of the first inning. The Iron Masters on just their third hitter, but he's thrown the ball now 16 times. The count on Dugan 2-2, and he will back out. It looks like maybe some perspiration got to him as he mops the brow on his sleeve. Mercedes inching his way off first, held by Herrera, who's not standing right on the bag. 2-2 to Dugan, a little roller out ahead of the plate. Jumping on that, the catcher Gonzalez, he has to go for the out at first. The Dugan with a swinging bunt, but that's hardly the intent there. Moves Mercedes ahead to second, 2 outs, and it will leave the inning to Andretti Cordero, who last night lost his 18-game hitting streak as a position player. He was in the lineup last night as the first baseman and went 0 for 5. He had 2 at-bats with the bases loaded last night and did not deliver either time. Now a runner in scoring position. The Iron Masters with a chance to pick up that first run on a single. Reynoso peering in to get the signals. Here is the set and the offering. Cordero going after the first pitch, fouls it back, and it is strike one. In that game back on the 2nd of June, Reynoso gave up 2 runs, 1 earned in 5 innings. He allowed a total of 5 base hits, including one that got changed later on. 0-1, Cordero with a swing and a ground ball base hit into left. Here comes Melvin Mercedes. He is around to score, standing up. And Andretti Cordero knocks in his 50th run of the year to put the Iron Masters in the lead, 1-0, here in the bottom half of the first inning. Cordero, last night notwithstanding, has been tremendous driving in runs early in the ball game. His batting average back over 300. It's his 50th ribby. And now the big man, Colton Shaver, the catcher, steps in. 273 with 10 home runs. Number 10 was very dramatic and a last-ditch effort to tie the game back on Wednesday afternoon. He'll look at a breaking ball for a strike. It is 0-1. 2 outs and 2 strikes in the 9th, and Shaver left the ballpark and nearly left Lexington. Here's the pitch, swing and a miss. Reynoso has Shaver trailing in the count, no balls and 2 strikes. Ladarius Clark, who got the night off last night, waits on deck for the Iron Masters. 1-0. Lebanon has taken the lead here in the bottom of the first inning. Andretti Cordero with the lead off of first base. Shaver awaits the 0-2. Reynoso working from the stretch delivers, and Shaver spoils the offering. Driving a foul off to the right, and we continue at no balls and 2 strikes. The bus stopped just once in the middle of the night, and that was only to change drivers in Bridgeport, West Virginia. Got right back on the road and headed back here. 0-2, the count to Colton Shaver, the pitch, and he is able to fight another one off. Driving it off the end of the bat up toward the skyboxes on the first base side, still 0-2. And thanks to Mark Johnson's mom, who made terrific brownies. Actually had something to eat on the bus last night. Got through the brownie rather early, just after we hit the road, but it definitely hit the spot. So thank you to Mark's mom. Cordero leads off first, 0-2. And Colton Shaver pulls a breaking ball foul on the ground up the third base side. He will remain alive with the 2-strike count. Eddie Reynoso, the starter, has pitched in the Puerto Rican Winter League over the course of the last 3, what we would consider the offseason. And he was a marvelous 5-1 for Santurce in the 1920 winter. To Shaver 0-2, and there goes another foul ball, this one again to the right. They're going to wear out Reynoso here in the bottom of the first. He has averaged about 5 pitches per hitter to the Iron Masters. 1-0 the score. Singles by Mercedes and Cordero around a little tapper out by Dugan that advanced the runner. And there's the importance of getting the ball in play, even if you make an out. Shaver again awaits the 0-2, and this time Reynoso finally wastes a pitch that Shaver had no interest in going after. Ball 1 and 2 strikes. It wasn't close enough where he felt he had to defend the zone. Cordero leads off first. A run on the board for the Iron Masters here in the bottom of the first inning. Shaver being played toward the opposite field. Here is the pitch. Colton goes to the opposite field with a fly ball toward right center, so they had it gauged perfectly. Over goes Cespedes for the catch. Shaver's retired, but it's a run on 2 hits, no errors, and the Iron Masters leave 1. So we'll go to the second inning of baseball here tonight with the score: the Lebanon Iron Masters 1 and the Staten Island Ferry Hawks 0.
Like craft beers? Then the best place to be in Lancaster is Clipper Magazine Stadium. That's right, celebrate baseball or just a night with your friends at the Broken Bat Deck down the right field line. The Broken Bat features more than 20 local craft breweries plus product from a local winery. Food including Otto's Meatballs is sold off a pub-style menu. So get together, hang out with your friends, or make some new ones. Enjoy a night of craft beer sampling along with a Barnstormers game.
Get out of the heat and dive under the sea this summer with Disney's Little Mermaid at Dutch Apple Dinner Theater. Join Ariel on her adventure from the sea through the human world. Based off a 1989 animated film, Disney's Little Mermaid will keep kids young and old entertained. Performances are Tuesday through Sunday with matinee and evening show options available. Each performance also includes a buffet-style meal prior to the show. Call Dutch Apple Dinner Theater at 717-898-1900 or visit us at DutchApple.com to reserve your tickets today.
For nearly 50 years, Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster has provided a full spectrum of care for athletes of all ages and skill levels. Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster offers on-site urgent care, X-ray, MRI, immobilization, and is committed to helping you manage and prevent injuries, getting you back in the game as soon as possible. Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster is located at 1700 Cornwall Road in Lebanon, or you can visit them on the web at fixbones.com.
The Iron Masters are up 1-0 as we go into the top half of the second inning. You're listening to Lebanon Iron Masters baseball on Froggy Valley 100.1 WFVY Lebanon. We go to the top of the second inning. The center fielder Ricardo Cespedes, a tough left-handed batter, will lead off against right-hander Eric Manoah. Manoah set the side down in order in the first inning. Cespedes batting .266. He has 3 home runs. He's driven in 17, 7 hits in 18 tries against the Iron Masters and their Lancaster Barnstormers alter egos. Third baseman Lair up on the edge of the grass. First baseman Dugan is back. The rest of the defense playing Cespedes to pull. Manoah delivers a strike and gets ahead at 0-1. His off-speed pitch across. Dilson Herrera is on deck, and then Joseph Reyes. 4, 5, and 6 for the Ferry Hawks here in the second inning. Swinging a ball nicked foul at the plate, and very quickly it is 2 strikes on Cespedes. Manoah with 2 strikeouts in the first inning. Off to certainly a good start tonight with the strikeouts. 4 different pitchers for this club have struck out 10 or more in a game this year. First time it's been done in franchise history. Ball is inside and low, knocked down by Colton Shaver. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Beautiful night it's turned out to be. There is a threat of rain, but it's a good deal later on. 9 o'clock and beyond, and it's not a substantial threat. It's only 40% or so. Another storm could float through here. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Cespedes. Manoah will deliver, and that's grounded to first. Dugan will take it himself. Manoah 4 up and 4 down. He gets through Cespedes. Dilson Herrera will come to the plate. Herrera batting just .173 with no home runs and 5 runs batted in. 5'10" first baseman, a native of Cartagena in Colombia, is Dilson Herrera. He is 28 years of age. Manoah off to a very solid start here this evening. Now into his windup, and he'll start Herrera with a breaking ball. The count is 0-1. Iron Masters with the 1-zip lead here into the top half of the second inning. Eric Manoah comes back, fastball, and that sends Herrera reeling out of the box. A ball and a strike on Herrera. Number 5 hitter in Edgardo Alfonso's batting order tonight. Dilson Herrera, veteran major leaguer. One of course, many in this league, and the Barnstormers only have 1. I don't know if you saw it earlier today. Chris Davis signing with the Wild Health Genomes. Ball is high. 2 balls and 1 strike. Herrera awaiting the pitch. Manoah brings it home, and he's inside with his fastball and in danger of putting Herrera aboard. Herrera has played for the Mets, the Cincinnati Reds, and very briefly the Orioles during the shortened pandemic season of 2020. He got into 3 games. He was 0 for 5. 3-1. That is cut on and missed. Fastball from Manoah, and it's 3-2. Manoah chose not to make the trip to Lexington, and it was a good idea. He got to stay back, work on the side. He was not needed there. Fouled straight back. Still 3-2 on Herrera with 1 out, nobody on. Iron Masters up 1-0 here in the second inning. On the RBI base hit for Andretti Cordero in the bottom half of inning 1. Payoff pitch due. The breaking ball doesn't quite get there, and Herrera is aboard on the 1-out base on balls. That brings on Joseph Reyes, the designated hitter. The Barnstormers have not seen Reyes previously. He is a switch hitter, just 24 years of age, native of the Bronx, and 3 out of 20 so far here in the Atlantic League. Iron Masters up by a run. Tying run at first base runner for Staten Island here tonight. The pitch, Reyes swings through a fastball. It is 0-1. Reyes in from the left side of the plate. .6'2", 225-pound corner infielder by trade. The 0-1 to him is a strike called. The runner took off, And I don't know that Shaver saw it. Manoa didn't pick it up, and Herrera has his third steal. So Staten Island with a runner into scoring position. The count on Reyes is 0-2. He spent some time, did Reyes at the rookie level in the Toronto system. Played in the Frontier League very briefly last year. Swing and a miss. That is the third strikeout for Manoa. Reyes got tied up inside. He goes down. Mariel Batista, the right fielder, will come to the plate. Batista is hitting .230 with a pair of home runs. He has driven in 14. He's only 1 for 15 in this season series, but there's a but here. He drove in the winning run on a sacrifice fly in one of the games at Staten Island. And that's the way this season series has developed. We mentioned that Staten Island has won 4 of the 6 games in this season series. Each team has scored 21 runs, but the Barnstormers hitting .234, Staten Island just .198. Breaking ball, missing away. Ball 1-0 on Mariel Batista. The Barnstormers with a team OPS of .735 and Staten Island just .612. And yet Staten Island has the advantage in the season series. It doesn't add up. Outside, Shaver will throw behind. The runner at second back in there is Herrera. Mariel Batista bats at 2-0. First base open. Javier Betancourt, the number 8 hitter, is in the on-deck circle. Iron Masters up by 1. Top half of the second inning. 1-0 our score. Lovely night. Only high clouds around at the moment. We did get hit pretty hard by a thunderstorm this afternoon. Swing and a miss. It is 2-1. Mariel Batista challenged by a fastball there. Eric Manoa showing he's not terribly interested in giving up a second walk here in this second inning. He had walked 8 in 14 2/3 coming into tonight. 13 hits allowed. His ERA was 4.3. 5 relief appearances before that nice start against Long Island last weekend. Swing and a miss. Batista now at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Manoa's fastball up around the 91, 92. He's got a good assortment of breaking stuff. And he strikes me as being starting pitcher material. Some guys make the adjustment back and forth really well, and he could be one of those. Not that he was doing badly out of the pen. There's a fastball, swing and a miss. And Mariel Batista is gone on strikes. Manoa has fanned 4. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 man left on base. We're through 1.5. The Iron Masters leading the Staten Island Ferry Hawks by the score of 1-0.
It is a very humid 80 degrees out right now for the TEC weather report. Anytime you need your exterior.
What are some of the greatest moments in sports? For me, I think of the basketball games in my uncle's driveway when I was a kid. He wasn't just my uncle, he was a friend. When he died, his funeral allowed me to share what he meant to me. I even brought the basketball we played with years ago. It was a meaningful funeral for a life worth celebrating.
Hi, this is Christian Kramer. The staff at Kramer Funeral Home understand the importance of creating a meaningful funeral service for a life worth celebrating. Call Kramer Funeral Home and Crematory at 717-867-4811.
Pennsylvanians are creating their own soundtrack. Thanks to PA Lottery Scratch-Offs, excitement's back. Pennies, nickels, dimes, or quarters, no matter your choice, scratching's always in order. With big top prizes and second chance drawings, thrills await. They're out there calling. If it's excitement you seek and you're looking for action, play the PA Lottery. And keep on scratching. Must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
Hey kids, join the coolest club in town, the Storm Force. The Storm Force is presented by the Lancaster Barnstormers and Commonwealth Charter Academy. For only $25, kids under 12 get an entire summer of Barnstormers fun with 12 game tickets, a t-shirt and bag, the chance to go first when kids run the bases, exclusive activities, and coupons from Dutch Wonderland, Chocolate World, and more. Don't miss out on all the fun. Go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and sign up.
Ladarius Clark, after a night off last night, steps in to lead off the second for the Iron Masters. Clark opening the night at .284, 11 homers, 33 runs batted in. He goes for the first pitch and lofts a fly ball to shallow left center on his Duplantis for the catch. One retired, Trayvon Robinson, the right fielder, stepping in at .253. Robinson was scalding hot for 3 games. He went 7 for 13 with 6 runs batted in, and then got cooled off last night as the club managed only 4 hits, all singles. .253 with 13 runs batted in for Trayvon Robinson. He steps in with 1 out. Base is clear for the Iron Masters here in the second. And to Robinson, a called strike on an off-speed pitch from Reynoso. It is 0-1. Anderson Felice, ordinarily a switch hitter, but he's limited to just the left side of the plate. Waits on deck. Off speed here and away. 1 ball and 1 strike, the count to Robinson. Singles by Mercedes and Cordero around an infield out, producing an Iron Masters run in the first. And now Robinson pulls the ball into right field. He's got a base hit. He went outside to get that and was actually off balance on the swing. And if that had been hit right at Mario Batista, the right fielder might have had a chance to come up firing toward first, because it took an extra split second for Trayvon Robinson to get out of the box. Third hit for the Iron Masters. Robinson has a couple of stolen bases in his few weeks back with the ball club. Anderson Felice, the batter, hitting .262. Fastball is outside, and it's ball 1 and no strikes. Iron Masters trying to grow the lead for Eric Manoah. Right-hander Reynoso to the set, and he is up and away to Felice for ball 2. Again, a fastball to Anderson. 2 balls and no strikes. Felice has not played against the Ferry Hawks. It was the first game of the series at Staten Island where he was scratched with the strained oblique. Fouled off to the left, so the Iron Masters utility man in the lineup tonight at shortstop is still somewhat of a mystery to this Staten Island club. Robinson leads off first, 2-1. Felice drives a foul straight back into the twines. 2 balls and 2 strikes against the pretty hard-throwing Eddie Reynoso. We initially were told Reynoso would go tomorrow, and then they weren't sure, and Edgardo Alfonso informed me this afternoon that he was making the start jumping in here tonight. He is tough. 2-2 to Felice, and Anderson will foul tip that into the waiting receptacle of Brian Gonzalez. First strikeout for Reynoso, 2 outs here, and lefty batting third baseman Trace Lair will come to the plate. Trace hitting .216. He has 1 home run, and he has knocked in 12. Robinson still the runner at first base, now 2 outs in the bottom of the second. Iron Masters up by 1. 1-0 the score. 3 hits for Lebanon, none for Staten Island. Here is the offering, and it is taken away by Lair. Ball 1, no strikes. Lair picked up a number of walks the last few days, including a game winner in Lexington Tuesday night. Picked up a bases-loaded walk in the top of the 11th. Outside again from Reynoso. And it's 2 balls and nothing to the Oregonian from the Portland area. Trace Lair getting the start at the third base again tonight. Marvelous glove over there. And the bat has started to come around. Robinson with the lead. Here's a 2-0, and Reynoso able to sneak that back onto the outside corner. It's 2-1. We mentioned that Robinson seemed to go outside to pull one around. And that may have to be the ticket for this Barnstormers club. The left-handed batters, Reynoso is picking away, and he goes there again. Lair with a fly ball out toward the center fielder. And there is Cespedes for the catch. The one-out single by Robinson goes for naught. No runs on a hit with no errors. And there was 1 runner left on base by the Iron Masters in the bottom half of the second. We're through 2 with the score. The Iron Masters 1 and the Staten Island Ferry Hawks nothing.
Got another 3, 2, 1. Go Iron Masters, go get it.
Ah, the sounds of summer. Can it get any better? Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. Discover the unforgettable sensations of the Lexus Performance lineup. Explore the possibilities of a Lexus at the Golden Opportunity Sales Event, now through September 6th. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
This season offers a whole line of new items from Otto's Hospitality. Dig into the world-famous Nathan's Hot Dogs. Take a trip to Otto's Cantina for a walking taco or your favorite adult beverage. Enjoy a helmet of Otto's meatballs or a sausage with peppers from the Broken Bat Deck. For the sweet tooth, there are jumbo chocolate chip cookies, Skyline cotton candy, and ice cream novelties. Or simply snack on Emma's popcorn in a variety of exciting flavors. What a great way to savor your time at the ballpark, courtesy of Otto's.
The warmer weather has arrived, which means you'll be craving delicious summertime food from the Jigger Shop in Mount Gretna. A little summer getaway to the Jigger Shop awaits, along with old-fashioned soda fountain treats, outrageous ice cream desserts, and an incredible variety of salads, sandwiches, wraps, burgers, and more from their kitchen. Open Tuesday through Sunday from noon to 9. Visit Facebook and jiggershop.com for the latest updates. Celebrating 127 years with the taste of summer. The Jigger Shop in Mount Gretna.
We go to the top of the third inning. Javier Betancourt, the third baseman, will lead off. He's hitting .262 with a couple of home runs and 12 runs batted in. We look out, it's Robinson in left. And Clark in right. I apologize, I've had that backwards. Neither one's had a play. There hasn't been a ball out of the infield against Eric Manoah, who has struck out 4 in the first 2 innings. Betancourt, the third baseman, leading off for Staten Island. Manoah ready to go. And the first pitch is dumped onto the inside corner, a called strike. It is 0-1. The sun is out pretty fully now. The shadows have started to creep in from left field toward the plate. For those of you who have not seen Clipper Magazine Stadium, it is altered by about 90 degrees from the standard alignment of a baseball diamond, and the sun sets in left field here. Ball 1 and strike 1 to Betancourt, with Brian Gonzalez, the catcher, waiting on deck. Eric Manoah back into his motion, and a breaking ball induces a fairly weak cut out of a confused Betancourt. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The outfield playing Betancourt to hit the other way. Sean Dunston Jr. rather dramatically toward right center. And it is Clark guarding the line in right. Just off the outside corner is Manoah. He wanted that one. But Betancourt is alive. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Iron Masters 1, Staten Island nothing. The last time these two teams met, it was a 1-0 win for the Barnstormers and Cameron Gann. Here's a 2-2. That's strike 3 called. And that is number 5 for Eric Manoah. As a team, the Barnstormers have struck out, averaging about 10 batters per game in the last 3 weeks or so. Betancourt has something to say for plate umpire Bill Reuter, but it never gets nasty. And that will bring on the catcher Gonzalez. John Nestor had caught the bulk of the action the first 2 series between these two teams. Gonzalez actually got knocked out of a game after he was beaten by Oscar De La Cruz up at Staten Island. And now Gonzalez seems to be the main guy inside, and he gets hit by Manoah. So what is it about Brian Gonzalez? 0 for 1 in the HBP against the Barnstormers prior to this, and he gets nailed on the first pitch by Manoah, and that sends a runner to first base for the top of the order, Antoine Duplantis. Duplantis grounded out to Mercedes back in the first inning. Gonzalez, the runner aboard with 1 out, playing the top half of the third inning, and it is yet another batter hit, the 56th of the season by a Barnstormers pitcher. We mentioned strikeouts. Lancaster has struck out 520 batters as a chopper foul up the first baseline. And they've done it in 530 plus innings. They're averaging nearly a strikeout an inning. A lot of hard throwers on this ball club. The team ERA is respectable by Atlantic League standards at 4.84. It's certainly not earth-shattering. No balls, 1 strike, and it is down and in. The count levels on Duplantis at 1-1. Iron Masters 1 and Staten Island nothing, playing the top half of the third inning tonight. First of 3 here at Clipper Magazine Stadium, located on Prince Street. So if you happen to be tuned in up in the Lebanon area wondering what's going on, well, we've got baseball here in Lancaster, and it's Lebanon County weekend. The Lancaster Barnstormers have changed jerseys and emerged out of the phone booth as the Lebanon Iron Masters for the weekend. And we got a pretty good pitcher's duel in progress against the newly minted Staten Island Ferry Hawks, who play in a ballpark that used to host a single-A affiliate of the New York Yankees. 1 ball, 1 strike. Fastball is up. Duplantis ahead in the count, 2 balls and 1 strike. Atlantic League started in 1998. The oldest current franchise, the Long Island Ducks, came into the league in 2000, and they're more or less the flag bearers of this league. Called strike on the outside corner, and Duplantis, after looking at that fastball, bats at 2-2. It was really the desire to have baseball on Long Island and the fact that it was blocked by the New York Yankees initially that was the genesis of the Atlantic League. They finally got the franchise there. The league sort of sprung off of that. Here's a 2-2, and that is hit high to center field. Sean Dunston Jr. is parked underneath. He will make the catch for out number 2. First ball to get to the outfielders as Staten Island gets a second look at Eric Manoah. And with 2 gone, the batter will be the shortstop, Alfredo Reyes. He went down swinging and required a throw to the first baseman Dugan to complete the out back in the first inning. The Barnstormers joined in 2005, the York Revolution 2007, Southern Maryland Blue Crabs in 2008, and the bulk of the rest of the league is pretty new as we've undergone a geographic shift. There is a bunt picked up by Lair on the run. He throws, and a beautiful play by Trace Lair, as good a third baseman as you'll find here. He guns down Reyes. No runs, no hits, no errors, 1 left in the top of the third for the Staten Island Ferry Hawks. We're through 2.5, and the Iron Masters continue to lead by the score of 1-0.
Localflavor.com, local flavor, localflavor.com, local flavor. Excuse me, Are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com. Local Flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com. Local Flavor. Localflavor.com. Local Flavor.
Lancaster County Motors Subaru once again presents the Subaru Outdoor Experience. Located along the first base line, this space welcomes fans to a different experience while attending games. The Subaru Outdoor Experience focuses on creating social engagement among the fans. Fans will identify with the Subaru Outdoor Experience, which includes games like life-size Jenga, shuffleboard, ping pong, giant checkers, and bocce ball, along with an art wall of kayak, bike, and recycling arts parts and information, a dog-kissing booth, a barbershop corner, and opportunities to engage with the local business that made this unique space possible. Come enjoy the games while watching the game.
Again, welcome to the listeners on Froggy Valley 100.1 out of Lebanon and our viewers who follow the Staten Island Ferry Hawks. If you weren't with us at the outset of the broadcast and wondering where Johnny Wincott is and the Staten Island broadcast, well, he is out of town. He's at a wedding this weekend. He sends his best along to the Ferry Hawks viewers. And welcome to the Lebanon Iron Masters first ever broadcast. Pitch inside and low to Sean Dunston Jr. Dunston flied out to right back in the first inning. Reynoso generally has pretty good control. We're seeing it again tonight. He's averaged just under 3 walks per 9 innings. None here. He has struck out 1. The motion and Dunston a called strike. And we are level at 1 each. Lebanon with 3 hits, all singles. And the lone tally on the board, 1-0 our score. Here is the 1-1 delivery. Dunston pulls a fly ball down the right field side. Long chase, Mariel Batista. He'll never get there on a foul ball. It is 1-2 on Sean Dunston Jr., who has reached base in every game but one out of his first 18 here in the Atlantic League, and he's had 16 runs scored in the 18 games. He's been a terrific leadoff hitter. He has 10 stolen bases so far. But the bat has grown a little bit cold for Sean here the last few days, as it has for some of his teammates as well. Reynoso has the signal from Gonzalez. He's ready to go. Here's the 1-2. Dunston pulls that on the ground. One skip to the first baseman, Herrera. An easy out for Reynoso to start off the third inning. With one out, Melvin Mercedes, the second baseman, steps in. Mercedes singled and scored back in the first inning, the lone marker of the game to this point. Melvin, the 5'7" first baseman out of the Bronx, his third season here playing on Prince Street. Wonderful defensive second baseman, and as I said earlier, he is a pesky hitter. He takes a strike, it is 0-1. And it's because he's so good at working the count, so good at managing the bat, and he's got a little power. It's not the primary part of his game. He takes a breaking ball for his second strike. It's 0-2 against Reynoso. But this year, he's had his career high in home runs. He has 4. 9 doubles and 3 triples for Mercedes. They give him a lot of room in the right center field alley. Reynoso has pitched a lot of the Barnstormers' lefty hitters pretty steadily away. And the Mercedes, that is high and wide. No chance for Mercedes to be tempted. It is ball 1 and 2 strikes. Reynoso's had to throw the ball a little bit more than Manoah, even though Manoah has given up the one walk in this game and has struck out 5. Here's a 1-2, fastball up top, and Melvin Mercedes bats at 2-2. Dugan waiting on deck. 11-1, Staten Island nothing, top or bottom half rather of the third inning. So used to this club being on the road. Last 2 weeks all spent out of town, and now everything is in Pennsylvania for 4 weeks. The next time the club leaves the Keystone State will be a 3-game series at Staten Island starting 4 weeks from tonight. 2-2 is outside, and Melvin Mercedes doing what Melvin Mercedes does, and that's forcing a pitcher deep into a count. 3-2 on the Lebanon second baseman. And again, Cespedes well toward left center. Reynoso ready to go. Here's the 3-2, and that is driven foul to the left and toward the hillside. Didn't get all the way there. 3-2 continuing on Mercedes, and play will continue after a light toss up into the crowd from one of the members of the Ferry Hawks bullpen. Payoff again from Reynoso to Mercedes, and Melvin draws the walk. A long at bat, and Mercedes picks up base on balls number 42 of the season. He was retired once by the Legends last night. It was on a foul pop-up to the third baseman in the 6th inning against Henry Owens. But other than that, Mercedes is on one of those rolls. He's reached base 8 of his last 9 plate appearances, going back to having a couple of hits at the end of the extra inning game in the Wednesday matinee. Here is Dugan. He tapped out in front of the plate the first time up. Mercedes leads off first. Dugan takes a pitch low. It is ball 1 and no strikes. Iron Masters ahead by 1. We're playing the bottom half of the third inning. Friday night baseball on the 4th of July weekend. Fireworks tonight and tomorrow. Dugan a ground ball pulled foul past the first base coach's box. 1 ball and 1 strike. Ross Peoples coaching third, and I believe that is Cameron Gann in a hoodie out there coaching first. Troy Steffi not with the ball club for the weekend. He's on vacation actually. Lob toss to first, and ducking back in is Mercedes with everything Troy does around here, including coaching first base for home games. He might have needed a little bit of a break. To Dugan. Ball 2 is outside on the fastball. Reynoso dropping behind at 2-1. Eric Manoah and the Iron Masters own the 1-0 lead. Playing the bottom of the third. Mercedes has not taken off yet, nor will he here. There's a ground ball gloved by the first baseman. The throw, however, hits Mercedes. Dilson Herrera unable to make the clean toss to second, and we will get a ruling on the play. I'm sure there is an error there. That will be charged to the first baseman, Dilson Herrera. Dugan safe on the fielder's choice. Mercedes safe on the error. And Andretti Cordero steps in with 2 teammates aboard. He's driven in the only run of the game to this point. Cordero has spent the bulk of the season flirting with the 300 mark, especially as of late. He's been remarkably consistent, last night notwithstanding. He sits safely now in 34-41 games. He goes after the first pitch here and skies it to center. Over is Cespedes. He'll make the catch. Tagging and racing for third is Mercedes. He almost slides through the base. Cordero flies out, 2 gone, and Colton Shaver will bat with runners at the corners. Cordero in the last 41 games, hitting in the 320s, about 326. He's knocked in a run now for the 30th different game It flies out to deep center here. Shaver will dig in. He flied to center his first time up. And the pitch to Colton. He waves at it. Down a strike. It is 0-1. Iron Masters continue to lead 1-0. Club is just 1 for 2 with runners in scoring position. Cordero's had both opportunities. Shaver down a strike in the count. Fouls this one straight back, and it's 0-2. He stood in for quite a while against Eddie Reynoso back in the first inning, did Colton Shaver. Fouled off pitch after pitch after pitch before finally a routine fly over toward right center. Mercedes off the bag at third. Dugan off of first, held there by Dilson Herrera. Shaver bats 0-2. Here is the set by Reynoso, the pitch way outside and pounced on by Gonzalez to save a run. Ball 1, 2 strikes. 1-0 ball game, lower half of the third. And again, the last time these two teams met, 1-0 was the final score. That was back on June the 9th, 22 days ago. Just 2 hits for the home team in that one. Fouled away, and hard and foul off to the right. Still 1-2 on Shaver, and this is beginning to mirror his last plate appearance. The Barnstormers scored an unearned run off Dakota Freeze in the first inning and managed just a couple of singles, one by Dunston, one by Cordero, the rest of the game. Here's the pitch. Shaver takes a breaking ball and lifts this to shallow right. Calling for it now, the right fielder, Batista. He called off Aguilar at the last second. Shaver flies out to end the inning. No runs on no hits. There was an error. 2 runners left on base. We're through 3 here at Clipper Magazine Stadium. The Iron Masters leading by the score of 1-0.
Where dedication is a tradition, a helping hand in a time of need.
This is Steve Lum of Kramer and Lum Funeral Home. Why should you pre-plan your funeral? Pre-planning relieves your family from future financial responsibility and eliminates overspending. It also lets your wishes be known, allowing you the chance to personalize your funeral, making it a celebration of your life. Kramer and Lum Funeral Home and Crematory, Route 72 in Jonestown.
Ah, the sounds of summer. Can it get any better? Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. Discover the confidence of Lexus Safety System Plus. Explore the possibilities of a Lexus at the Golden Opportunity Sales Event, now through September 6th. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
Not a substitute for safe and attentive driving practices. See Owner's Manual.
There is a weekend in July where the baseball world revolves around a village in upstate New York. Baseball Hall of Fame induction weekend in Cooperstown is an unforgettable experience full of family-friendly activities and priceless moments. Make your plans today for July 22nd through 25th for the induction of Bud Fowler, Gil Hodges, Jim Cott, Minnie Minoso, Tony Oliva, Buck O'Neill, and David Ortiz as the class of 2022. Visit baseballhall.org today for
Through 3 innings, it is a run on 3 hits, no errors, and 4 left for the Iron Masters. No runs, no hits, 1 error, and the Staten Island Ferry Hawks have stranded a couple. It will be Angel Aguilar to be followed by Ricardo Cespedes and Dilson Herrera. 3, 4, and 5 stepping in for the Ferry Hawks in the top half of the 4th inning. Had a chance earlier today, although it wasn't a long conversation, but to renew acquaintances with the great Luis Rodriguez, now coaching with the Ferry Hawks Ball Club, the longtime catcher and manager of the Bridgeport Bluefish. And he did a great job in both those capacities. I hadn't seen Luis since the Bridgeport franchise ended back in 2017. You want to talk about a hard-boiled baseball player, he is just that. First offering here is line to left center field. Dunston will have to take it on a bounce, and Aguilar becomes the first man with a base hit off of Manoah in the game. Eric doesn't get to go as far as Niall Ball did in the opener against the Lexington Legends. Back on Tuesday night, Ball threw no-hit baseball for 5 1/3 innings, and it was broken up on a home run by none other than Brandon Phillips, the 3-time National League All-Star, who was celebrating his 41st birthday. And for those of you not familiar with the Legends, as the pitch to Cespedes is high for a ball, Phillips is part owner, his brother is the manager, and Brandon pops into town and plays when he gets the itch. And that's the deal that they have. And when you have an ownership stake, I guess you can do that. Fastball for a strike, 1-1. He is absolutely positively in love with Legends baseball and the Atlantic League in general. 1 ball, 1 strike. Lair, the third baseman, creeps in. And to Cespedes, he lifts a fly ball the other way, foul territory, and Robinson cannot get there. A second strike on Cespedes. It is 1-2. Runner on with nobody out for the Ferry Hawks for the first time in the game. Aguilar with his 9th hit of the season series. We're playing our 7th game. Aguilar has 1 steal in 2 tries. Manoah doesn't have to be terribly concerned, but he can't forget about him either. To the high set, the runner goes. Here's the 1-2, and it's pulled on the ground, spanked to Mercedes. They had kept them out of the double play. The throw has to go to first. Aguilar moves ahead to second with 1 out. Cespedes scalding the ground ball. Mercedes staying home. It was Felice who headed over to cover the bag. You're supposed to hit the ball the other way on the hit and run. But Cespedes pulled it. Mercedes still in place. Barnstormers get an out, but at the same time, Staten Island moves the runner into scoring position. Dilson Herrera, the batter, he picked up a walk from Manoah back in the 2nd inning. Runner in scoring position for Staten Island. Here is the motion, and a breaking ball stays high on Herrera. It is ball 1, no strikes. Staten Island got a runner to second base back in the 2nd inning as well. Herrera with a walk and then a steal. Manoah struck out the next 2. A look back at the lead runner, swing and a miss, a wild swing by Herrera, and it's 1-1. Aguilar at second base with 1 out. Iron Masters leading 1-0 in the top half of the 4th inning. The run dating all the way back to the bottom half of the 1st. And an RBI single by Andretti Cordero. Runner breaks for third. The pitch is high. The Shaver throw is not in time. And Aguilar is now 90 feet away, the 2nd stolen base for the Ferry Hawks in the game. Dilson Herrera is batting at 2 balls and a strike. The Iron Masters working to protect the 1-0 lead. And Anderson Felice peers into the Iron Masters dugout to get a signal from Ross Peoples, and the signal is to back up. Herrera bats 2-1. There's a swing and a pop fly foul out of play off a breaking pitch, and it's 2-2. Manoah certainly will want to strike out here. A very narrow 1-0 lead. These two teams have a history of playing close, low-scoring games. Barnstormers 2 wins in the season series, 7-3 and 1-0. Here is the 2-2. And that is drilled to center. Coming on is Dunston. He'll make the catch diving forward. An easy tag and score on a sacrifice fly for Aguilar, and we are tied at 1. We thought we didn't have to worry too much about Aguilar on the bases, but that turned out to be false. The steal just his 2nd of the year, and the benefit of that steal is the run. Manoah would be out of the inning if Aguilar hadn't been on the run twice. And now There's going to be an appeal over to third, and the decision is that Aguilar did not leave too soon. But I think it was worth the try. Jason Smith over there making a very quick and rather nonchalant indication that he did not take off early. The Barnstormers have won that appeal once in history. It was in Bridgeport, and it won a game. Always worth a try. Here's Joseph Reyes swinging and missing. Adam Manoah fastball. Reyes a strikeout victim the first time up, and if I remember correctly, it was a pretty steady diet of heaters. Dunston plays him the other way. Next pitch, also a fastball, this one down and in. 1 ball, 1 strike. Iron Masters and the Ferry Hawks now tied at 1 in the 4th inning. 3 hits to 1. Reyes with a towering pop-up now into shallow right field. Melvin Mercedes is there for the catch. It will end the inning, but Staten Island able to parlay a leadoff base hit into a run. 1 run, 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left on base. Staten Island against the Barnstormers has done a very good job of playing little ball in these close, low-scoring games. They do it again, and as a result, through 3.5 innings, the ball game is tied at 1.
Hi everyone, Adam Gochenauer from Gochenauer Appliances, and I'm excited to tell you about a new addition to the Gochenauers family this summer season. We are now selling Titus Gas Grills. Titus Gas Grills gives you a high quality, all stainless steel grill at an affordable price, and the best thing is you can assemble it yourself in just 5 minutes. That's right, 5 minutes. Stop by to see this great grill now and mention this ad to receive a free gas grill cover with your Titus Grill purchase. Gochenauers in East Petersburg.
I have a story to tell. It's the most important story of my life because it's about the love of my life, my husband. I'll tell you about the time he returned a hero and brought other soldiers back as well. I'll tell you about a man who brought honor to a nation and pride to our family. I do this not only to respect my husband's memory, but so that others remember their time with him.
Hi, this is Christian Kramer. The staff at Kramer Funeral Home understand the importance of creating a meaningful funeral service for a life worth celebrating. Call Kramer Funeral Home and Crematory at 717-867-4811.
For the youth of our area, the Barnstormers are offering a wide variety of camps throughout the summer to teach everyone some tips on baseball and softball. Camps are offered to kids as young as 4 and as old as 12. Some even involve the parents. They run from June 11th all the way through September 17. For more information, go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and click on the Youth Baseball tab. All presented by Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster and Play It Again Sports.
Tie game as we open up the bottom of the 4th inning. Ladarius Clark leads off for the Iron Masters. He flied to left his first time up and now takes a breaking ball off the inside corner. Ball 1-0. Clark does not have an RBI against Staten Island. Ground ball left side. That will squirt through the hole. And a leadoff base hit for Clark here in the 4th inning, and that gets him out of a drought. He may very well have needed the night off a night ago. He had been hitless in 11 at-bats in 3 games prior to last night. Now with the runner on, here is Trayvon Robinson. He singled his first time up. Clark is one of the Atlantic League's premier base stealers. He is 22 out of 26. He is at present 3rd in the league and just 2 off the lead. He's not going to take off right away here. Reynoso is outside to Robinson for a ball, 1-0. The 2 ahead of him are teammates, Reese Hampton and Jack Reinheimer from the Gastonia Honey Hunters. The first half Southern Division champions in the Atlantic League. Southern Maryland has won the North. We're coming to the end of the first half. Second half kicks off for some teams, including the Barnstormers, on Tuesday, and for other teams on Wednesday. Swing and a miss. Robinson going after a fastball, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Clark showing no inclination to be on the move here. And it may be that the stopwatch indicates Reynoso is a little too quick to the plate. Well, Ladarius is being very conservative here. Generally, he runs on the first pitch or two. He's going to stick around, and there is a second strike to Robinson on a fastball. It is 1-2. It is so critical for pitchers to be able to hold the runners close. And you do that, one, by mixing up your routine, but also if you're extremely quick to the plate out of the stretch, they don't have the chance to get going. 1-2, that's up and away, and a good thing that Clark wasn't on the move there because Brian Gonzalez received that pitch in perfect position to make a throw down. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Robinson. Leadoff man aboard here in the Iron Masters 4th inning. Clark with the 4th Lebanon base hit. Only 1 for Staten Island, but the Ferry Hawks turned it into a run. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Robinson gets tied up on a breaking ball, a swing and a miss. That is the second strikeout for Eddie Reynoso. Both have followed a base hit. Felice struck out after Robinson's hit back in the 2nd inning. And just like it was the case in Lexington last night, the Barnstormers can't seem to get the offense untracked at all. They've had base hits. Last night was walks, but nothing is sticking together. They can't get the running game going. There goes Clark. The pitch is cut on and missed. Gonzalez a strong throw, but late. And Ladarius has his 23rd. We wondered when it might be coming. Clark now 1 off the league leaders as far as we know with the information that we have. And the Iron Masters with 2 chances to get him home. 1 strike to Felice. Trace Lair waits on deck. The 8 and 9 hitters with a chance to put the Iron Masters back in the lead. The set and to Felice. He turns on this and drives this deep into right field. Way back it goes, and the walls will not contain it. Well, that's one way of getting a run home. And even 2. Felice's 3rd home run of the year. A 2-run blast, and the Barnstormers, for the first time since Shaver's tying home run Wednesday afternoon, have an extra base hit. Number 3 for Felice, and very little question about it. Trace Lair, the 3rd baseman, will step in. Felice even had an extra second to enjoy his work before he took off from home plate. Lair stands in with the 3-1 Iron Masters lead. 1 out, nobody on base. He flied to center his first time up and now takes Reynoso into center past the lunging Alfredo Reyes, and the Barnstormer, or the Iron Masters, I should say, have their 3rd hit of the inning. Old habits die hard. Sean Dunston Jr. comes back in for Lebanon, his 3rd plate appearance. Meanwhile, we are going to have a mound visit. It'll be the first timeout charged to the Ferry Hawks. Their pitching coach is typically longtime Met Nelson Figueroa. I did not see him earlier today, but that may very well be him. I can't quite tell from here with the cap on. We have a fairly quick visit. Dunston will step in with Lair aboard and 1 out. Iron Masters have retaken the lead. It is 3-1 here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Neither one of these ball clubs in the running in the first half. Both divisions became blowouts after a while for Southern Maryland and Gastonia, and the other 8 clubs trying to tune up for a second half run, or at least a wild card spot. Breaking ball across to Dunston. It is 0-1 on the Lancaster center field, Lebanon center fielder. Melvin Mercedes in the on-deck circle. He has reached base twice and scored once. Dunston awaits the 0-1. Lair leads, and there's a drive to right center field, and they almost had a collision out there between Cespedes and Batista. Batista with the catch. Dunston retired for the third straight time. Mercedes will step in with Lair at first and 2 outs here in the fourth inning. Mercedes has banged a single into right field. He scored back in the first inning, then he walked and was ultimately stranded at third base back in the third. 2 outs with Trace Lair on. The Iron Masters with the 3-1 lead here in the bottom of the fourth inning. We have a cloud bank forming out to the west that's taken some of the glare away. Breaking ball curls back to the outside corner. Strike one on Mercedes. As I mentioned earlier, Melvin has reached 8 of his last 9 plate appearances. Lair has 3 steals. He's not out to much of a lead here, now inching out to a secondary. Mercedes goes to left and a base hit for Melvin. His hot streak continues. Lair will stop at second on Mercedes' line drive single, and it will bring on Dugan, who is 0 for 2 here tonight. Both on the ground. The first one right out ahead of the plate. The second one to the first baseman Herrera, who then hit Mercedes with a throw. Dugan has been stuck at 58 runs banded in on the season since the first game of the doubleheader at Long Island last Saturday night when he hit 2 home runs. Swing and a miss. He is down a strike. It is 0-1. Lair at second, Mercedes at first, and the Iron Masters with a chance to open up a pretty good lead here if Dugan can solve the mystery of the last few games. No balls and 1 strike. Right-hander comes set, and Dugan outside on the fastball. It is 1-1. Lebanon 3, Staten Island 1. Lair leads off second. Mercedes inching his way off of first, and time is called here as Cespedes needs to retie a shoe out in center field. The last thing you want to do is be chasing after a liner in the gap and trip over your own 2 feet. Well, that will protect against it. 4 Iron Masters base hits, including the Felice home run here in the bottom half of the fourth inning. Dugan bats at a ball and a strike and takes ball 2 away. Two and 1 the count. Andretti Cordero, the on-deck batter. Reynoso working out of the set. He'll deliver to Dugan. That ball is fouled away. And again, it looked like a pitch that earlier in the season, for most of this season, Dugan would have been able to manage and drive, but he's gotten into a little bit of a slump here. We're just not used to the concept. He's only 2 out of his last 19. 2 and 2. Lair off second, Mercedes off first, and the pitch fouled at the plate. It will hold. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Lebanon 3 and Staten Island 1. Bottom of the fourth inning here. Reynoso's pitch count is up to 80, and there is action in the bullpen for Staten Island. Manoah at 57 through 4 innings of work. Dugan awaits the 2-2. Reynoso ready to serve it up, and this ball is hit a ton. Deep right field, way back it goes, and the slump is over. A 3-run jack for Dugan, his 22nd of the year, to reclaim the Atlantic League lead. And he gives the Iron Masters a 6-1 lead. And that was no Clipper Magazine Stadium special. He was long over the tenths with number 22. Second home run of the inning for the Iron Masters. Lair and Mercedes come home ahead of it. A 5-run inning for the Ironmasters here in the fourth. And if this keeps up, this club may not want to give these uniforms back. There's an auction tomorrow, but they'll be given away after Sunday's game. Edgardo Alfonso has made a trip to the mound. That will be it for Eddie Reynoso here tonight. He pitched a strong first 3, but his game gets away from him in the bottom half of the fourth inning. He ends up allowing 8 hits and 6 runs. We'll have more Ironmasters baseball in just a moment. They bolted out to a 6-1 lead, and we'll be back after this.
For nearly 50 years, Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster has provided a full spectrum of care for athletes of all ages and skill levels. Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster offers on-site urgent care, X-ray, MRI, immobilization, and is committed to helping you manage and prevent injuries, getting you back in the game as soon as possible. Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster is located at 1700 Cornwall Road in Lebanon, or you can visit them on the web at fixbones.com.
The warmer weather has arrived, which means you'll be craving delicious summertime food from the Jigger Shop in Mount Gretna. A little summer getaway to the Jigger Shop awaits, along with old-fashioned soda fountain treats, outrageous ice cream desserts, and an incredible variety of salads, sandwiches, wraps, burgers, and more from their kitchen. Open Tuesday through Sunday from noon to 9. Visit Facebook and jiggershop.com for the latest updates. Celebrating 127 years with the taste of summer. The Jigger Shop in Mount Gretna.
Get out of the heat and dive under the sea this summer with Disney's Little Mermaid at Dutch Apple Dinner Theater. Join Ariel on her adventure from the sea through the human world. Based off a 1989 animated film, Disney's Little Mermaid will keep kids young and old entertained. Performances are Tuesday through Sunday with matinee and evening show options available. Each performance also includes a buffet-style meal prior to the show. Call Dutch Apple Dinner Theater at 717-898-1900 or visit us at dutchapple.com to reserve your tickets today.
6-1, Ironmasters in charge here in the bottom of the fourth inning. A couple of homers to right. Anderson Felice with a man aboard, and then Kelly Dugan with 2 on. I think Kelly's just glad to be back off that painful road trip. We were out for a while. And we have an even longer one coming up at the end of August and beginning of September. Club will be on the road for 15 straight. With 2 outs and the bases empty, Andretti Cordero faces Eric Marinez. New right-hander in for Staten Island. The first pitch popped onto the outside corner for a strike. It is 0-1. Marinez is 6'1" and 185 pounds, 26 years of age, from the Dominican Republic. High and inside to his fellow native of the island nation that shares Hispaniola with the nation of Haiti. Settled by the French, the Dominican Republic settled by the Spaniards back in colonial days. 1 ball and 1 strike to Cordero. It is fouled away off to the right. And we get to 1-2. Andretti, the 8th man to step in for the Ironmasters in this very productive bottom of the fourth inning. Marinez is in his 15th game, 0-2 with an 8.69 ERA. Ironmasters lead by 5 thanks to a sudden home run outburst in this fourth inning. Cordero now at 1-2. Marinez ready to go, and Andretti with a line drive rifled right at the second baseman Aguilar. That will close it out here in the fourth inning. But the Ironmasters pick up 5 runs on 5 hits with no errors. Nobody is left on base. We are through 4, and the Ironmasters now enjoy a 6-1 lead.
What are some of the greatest moments in sports? For me, I think of the basketball games in my uncle's driveway when I was a kid. He wasn't just my uncle, he was a friend. When he died, his funeral allowed me to share what he meant to me. I even brought the basketball we played with years ago. It was a meaningful funeral for a life worth celebrating.
Hi, this is Christian Kramer. The staff at Kramer Funeral Home understand the importance of creating a meaningful funeral service for a life worth celebrating. Call Kramer Funeral Home and Crematory at 717-867-4811.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me, are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Elsewhere around the Atlantic League this evening, the Lexington Legends have a 5-3 lead into the fifth inning against the first half champs of the South, the Gastonia Honey Hunters. Charleston and Wild Health tied at 1 in the top half of the sixth. High Point 4, Southern Maryland 1 into the fifth inning. And the York Revolution starting to bang the ball around. They're gearing up for the second half. York a 7-3 lead over the Long Island Ducks, playing the top half of inning number 4. It's also, of course, a busy Friday in Major League Baseball. The Cubs took on the Red Sox at Wrigley this afternoon, and the host club emerged ahead. 6-5 was the final score. Toronto slammed Tampa Bay 9-2. First pitch is outside to Mariel Batista. As we get the top half of the fifth inning underway, Eric Manoah has allowed 1 hit and 1 walk through 4. Batista, a strikeout victim, back in the second. The strikeouts came hot and heavy for a while. They've disappeared. Manoah with 5, and he is up high with his breaking ball. It was a long wait through the bottom of the fourth inning, and Manoah comes out a little stale, at least for a couple of pitches here in the top half of the fifth. St. Louis and the Phillies are tied at 3. They're in the top half of the sixth inning tonight. Miami up 6-1 over Washington through 5.5. Tapper foul as Batista swings at the 2-0. Now 2-1 on the number 7 hitter in Edgardo Alfonso's lineup tonight. Atlanta leads Cincinnati 2-1 in the fifth. Milwaukee 7-0 over the Pirates. They're just in the bottom half of the third in the Steel City. Here's a 2-1, fouled to the padding. 2 balls and 2 strikes from Manoah to Batista. Kansas City with a 1-0 edge at Detroit in the bottom of the third, and Texas leads the Mets 1-0, top half of the fourth inning. Arizona at Colorado, the Angels at Houston, and Baltimore at Minnesota just getting underway, and then a handful of games coming up later on out on the West Coast. There was one rainout, the Yankees in Cleveland. They'll make it up tomorrow. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and Batista takes a breaking ball. It doesn't quite bite back. Full count, 3-2. So if you wanted to tune into the Yankees tonight and you go for the alternative, the Staten Island Ferry Hawks, welcome here at Clipper Magazine Stadium. Dave Collins, glad to be with you. Foul ball back to the net. Still 3-2 on Mariel Batista. The Lebanon Iron Masters, the alter ego for the Lancaster Barnstormers this weekend, leading by a score of 6-1 as we start off the top half of inning 5. Manoah with a payoff pitch, and he loses Batista to start the fifth inning. And this, too, has been one of the issues that has plagued this franchise over the last 3 innings. 3 years, is putting together a big crooked number to establish a lead in the game and then not coming right back and throwing a shutdown inning when you've got the other team on the ropes. The door is opened with the leadoff walk. Here is Javier Betancourt. He struck out looking back in the third, looking and griping. Here is the delivery, high and inside. It's ball one, and there's trouble brewing here in the top half of the fifth inning. It's not an emergency yet, but a leadoff walk and a 1-0 count, and a club that lost a 7-1 lead a couple of days ago, and you start to get a little uneasy. It is over but low, and Betancourt bats it 2-0, as Manoah has missed with 6 out of 9 to start off the fifth inning. Just looking to throw a strike or pick up an out to settle things down in this fifth. 6-1 Iron Masters. Manoah will go back to work. Here's the 2-0, and he's high with it. He can't find the range. 3 balls and no strikes. 8 batters, 5 runs, and a pitching change in the bottom of the fourth. And somehow through that, Eric Manoah, sitting in the dugout, lost his rhythm. And it does happen. Here's a 3-0 pitch, a strike to get the 3-1 on the number 8 hitter Betancourt. On deck, Brian Gonzalez, the right-handed batting catcher, and apparently somebody the Barnstormers use for target practice. Infield setup, double play depth. Manoah to work, 3 balls and a strike on Betancourt, and that is hit high to shallow left field. Sprinting back is Felice, coming on is Robinson. It will be Robinson with the catch, and he will fire back to first base, but will not double up Batista. That's a good recovery for Manoah. He gets Betancourt to fly out the short left. Robinson, considering the depth of the pasture out there, had a long way to race in to get it. Felice might have been able to retreat and make the play as well. It had a great deal of hang time to it. Here is the catcher Gonzalez, who was hit by a pitch back in the third inning. And that one not as harmful potentially as the one he took from De La Cruz back a month or so ago. Runner at first, now with 1 gone. Manoah spins a breaking ball over. So he seems to have relocated his stuff. In these last 3 pitches, he's ahead of Gonzalez at 0-1. Iron Masters up 6-1, top of the fifth inning here at Clipper Magazine Stadium, the start of Lebanon weekend. I had a great time, even though we had a technical issue, trying to bring an exhibition game against the Black Sox from Lebanon Valley College. Might try that again next year. We'll see. What a wonderful day it was up there. 1-1. Runner goes. The pitch is slammed to right field. A base hit over top of Kelly Dugan. Clark will hold on to it as Batista sprints for third. Brian Gonzalez, a line drive. If that's a foot lower, it's a double play. But he was able to clear Dugan. And now there are runners at first and third with 1 out in the top of the order. Antoine Duplantis coming up for Staten Island as the Ferry Hawks try to battle back after the Barnstormers put 5 on the scoreboard in the bottom half of inning number 4. Manoah now has thrown 72 pitches here through 4 1/3 innings. Ross Peoples declines to get somebody warming up in the bullpen. In case you're not familiar with Atlantic League rules, there's something called the double hook DH rule, inside for a ball 1-0. If your starter does not go 5 innings, you lose the DH. So Joseph Reyes is likely done for the night. He would get to bat here in the top of the fifth, and that would be it. 1-0 to Antoine Duplantis. Manoah delivers, and that's fouled away off the Eric Manoah fastball. 1 ball, 1 strike. Batista at third. Gonzalez, the runner at first base. That was a hit and run put in place by the Ferry Hawks, even though they trailed by 5. Their offense is built on little ball, and they do it very well. Here's a 1-1 on Duplantis. Fastball upstairs. 2 balls and a strike, and we may not be terribly far from a Mark Johnson mound visit. Not yet, It would depend on the outcome of this batter. Batista up the line from third. Gonzalez leads from first. 2 balls, 1 strike to Duplantis. Manoah misses just inside. Now he's gone to 3-1, and now there is, I think, a cause for concern. You hear some murmuring in the crowd here at Clipper Magazine Stadium. 3 balls, 1 strike with runners at first and third, 1 out. Again, you're listening to Lebanon Iron Masters Baseball on Froggy Valley 100.1 WFVY in Lebanon, as well as on our other outlets. Driven to right field, way back it goes. It is hooking, but that will stay fair. And Duplantis has brought Staten Island back to within 2. A 3-run homer down the right field line. It is his second, and it is now 6-4. The batter will be the shortstop, Alfredo Reyes. And the offenses have all of a sudden opened up. Mark Johnson will visit the mound. It happens repeatedly and has for 3 years running. The Barnstormers put a big inning on the board, or in tonight's case, the Iron Masters put a big inning on the board, and the other team gets right back in the game. The other day, it actually took a little bit, but it was a 7-1 lead at Lexington, and the Legends came out and put 6 on the board in the bottom of the 6th inning and eventually won 11-10. And there is activity. It looks like Cole Aker beginning to throw in the Iron Masters bullpen. So it's 6-4 here in the top of the 5th. Reyes will step in. He is 0 for 2. Duplantis slugging the 3-1 pitch from Manoah down the right field line up onto the 10th. Here's a pitch now on Reyes, a swing and a miss. It's 0-1. Maybe Manoah will be able to rebound from the home run. It was 1-1 going into the bottom of the 4th inning, and now it's 6-4, and we're still playing the top of the 5th. Here's the 0-1, and Reyes was almost hit. 1 ball and 1 strike. This host team here has just had trouble finding a winning combination. 1-1 on Reyes. This is popped up into shallow right. Ladarius Clark calling off Kelly Dugan. That will be the second out. Manoah needs 1 more to protect the DH. The batter will be Angel Aguilar, the second baseman. He is 1 for 2 and has scored a run. Shaver, Clark, and Robinson will come to the plate in the bottom half of the 5th inning. He played a lot of long games toward the end of that road trip. 3 days over last weekend at Long Island. There was better than 12 hours, 38 minutes of baseball. And nearly 10 more hours at Lexington. Now a deep fly ball to left center field. Off the bat of Aguilar, way back it goes, and the walls will not contain this one either. Aguilar to one of the fatter parts of this ballpark. He hits his 10th home run, and now it is 6-5 here in the 5th inning with Ricardo Cespedes to step in. Staten Island has all but erased the 5-run Lebanon bottom half of the 4th inning. 2 gone. Cespedes will be the hitter. He is grounded out both plate appearances. Well, it's a night that is ripe for hitting to begin with. Warm air and thunderstorms expected a bit later on. Nothing imminent. But these are the types of nights where you can see a lot of long balls. Inside and low to Cespedes. It is 1-0. And the action in the Lancaster bullpen becomes a little bit more heated. This is sliced out the left, and a base hit now for Cespedes. The tying run will be on for Dilson Herrera. As Eric Manoah was in charge for 4 innings and then gets roughed up here in the 5th. That is now 4 hits along with a walk in the inning. 4 runs are on the board. Herrera with a walk and a sac fly so far. 8 hits to 5, 6 runs to 5. Runner starts, doesn't go. First pitch to Herrera is a called strike. It is 0-1. Cespedes has 9 steals and 11 tries. And we have ourselves a 1-run game. Cespedes taking the lead to Herrera. It is low. Ball 1, strike 1. I have to think this is Manoah's final hitter. Cespedes not taking off. Ball 2 slides outside and low. It is 2-1. The DH spot is on deck. And it's Marinez at the moment who's out there. There goes Cespedes, and there's a 3-1 pitch, hammered deep to left. Back goes Robinson all the way back. He leaps, crashes into the wall, and the ball is down in left field. Robinson is dazed, going all the way back to retrieve it is Felice. We may have an inside the park home run. Throw home, tagged by Shaver, not in time. And it is an inside the park home run for Dilson Herrera, and concern about Trayvon Robinson. That is the 3rd inside the park home run given up by the Barnstormers this season, which is a record. And the 3rd home run of this inning as Staten Island has taken a 7-6 lead. Robinson able to get up. Anderson Felice went all the way back out there. The shortstop retrieving the ball and a very close play at the plate. Shaver got the tag on Herrera, but not in time. So it is 7-6 in favor of Staten Island on 3 home runs here in the top half of the 5th inning. And the batter is Marinez, who is a switch hitter. 9th man to bat in the inning, and he hits a fly ball out the left. Robinson, who is healthy, into the corner to make the catch. But a rough inning for the Barnstormers and Eric Manoah as Staten Island comes back to score 6 runs on 5 hits with no errors and nobody left on base. And now we're halfway through regulation, 4.5 innings, and it is Staten Island 7 and 11-6.
Ah, the sounds of summer. Can it get any better? Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. Discover the intuitive technology of the Lexus Hybrid lineup. Explore the possibilities of a Lexus at the Golden Opportunity sales event, now through September 6th. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
Pennsylvanians are creating their own soundtrack. Thanks to PA Lottery Scratch-Offs, excitement's back. Pennies, nickels, dimes, or quarters, no matter your choice, scratching's always in order. With big top prizes and second chance drawings, thrills await. They're out there calling if it's excitement you seek and you're looking for action, play the PA Lottery. And keep on scratching. Must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
At Clipper Magazine Stadium, we have hot dogs and popcorn, peanuts, soda, and nachos. But what if, say, you are only 3 months old and mom wants to have a night out and watch the Barnstormers? Well, thanks to May Grant Obstetrics and Gynecology, the littlest of Stormer fans now have a place to go for dinner during the game. Tots can take mom to the Little Sluggers dugout behind Section 13 at the stadium for a comfortable private feeding experience. A brightly painted room with comfortable furniture and TVs tuned to the game, it is the perfect spot for baby and mom during a night at the ballpark.
could see it early on that trouble was developing in the top of the 5th inning. The Barnstormers had put 5 runs on the board and then a leadoff walk, and ultimately 3 Staten Island home runs. And now the Ferry Hawks have the 7-6 lead over the Lebanon Iron Masters. We go to the bottom of the 5th inning. Eric Marinez will be facing Colton Shaver, Ladarius Clark, and Trayvon Robinson, who got shaken up on the drive off the bat of Dilson Herrera. Barnstormers oh so close to getting the out at the plate, which would at least have kept the ball game tied. But it is 7-6 here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Shaver will lead it off. He has flied out twice. Marinez faced only Cordero in the 4th inning, and Cordero lined out to second base against him. Staten Island has won only 3 games on the road this year. 2 of those wins have been here. And they have scored 7 or more runs very infrequently. Shaver will take a ball outside from Marinez, who hit a deep fly ball to left, caught by Robinson in the corner to cap off the 6-run top of this inning. Now, what do the Barnstormers have for a counterpunch? Shaver bats 1-0 and takes a breaking ball upstairs. 2 balls and no strikes. With Ferry Hawks lost their first 9 games of the season. To Shaver 2-0, he swings through a fastball, and Marinez back in it at 2 balls and a strike. Clark and Robinson following for the Iron Masters here in the bottom of the 5th. Here is the 2-1 to Colton Shaver, a swing and a miss. It is 2 balls and 2 strikes now. Shaver awaiting the delivery. Here's the 2-2. It is upstairs, ball 3, and a full count to the Lancaster receiver. Staten Island has not reached double figures in a game this year. The season high 9 runs. They've reached that a couple of times. They have 7 through 5 innings tonight. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Shaver will get the leadoff walk, and that opens the door for the Iron Masters in the bottom of the 5th. Ladarius Clark will step in. He has walked, single to left field, and scored a run. That was an unbelievable explosion in the top of the 5th inning. 3-run homer by Duplantis. A solo shot by Aguilar that went to a fat part of this ballpark, and then the inside the park home run by Herrera off the fence and left. Glad to see Trayvon Robinson able to get up and stay in this game. That was a scary moment. He was certainly dazed as he crashed into the fence out there. Now Marinez is high to Clark, and it's almost as if Staten Island is saying, here you go, back to the Iron Masters. They score 6 and walk the leadoff batter in the next half inning. Clark bats 1-0. Staten Island playing him rather noticeably to the opposite field in the outfield. The 1-0 pitch is a fastball away, and Marinez is off the mark pretty seriously here in the bottom half of the 5th inning. The last full inning of play, we have seen 5 home runs. Felice and Dugan for Lebanon, Duplantis, Aguilar, and Herrera for Staten Island. Staten Island leading 7-6. Shaver leads off first 2-0. Clark almost hit by another Marinez fastball. 3-0 with Robinson waiting on deck. Well, if Clark draws a walk here, then it's decision time for Ross. Does he have Robinson try to get a bunt down? But the way the offenses have opened up this game, I would almost go against that. 3-0, and Clark will see a strike. He's taking all the way, and it's 3-1. Nothing but fastballs from Eric Marinez to Ladarius Clark here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Colton Shaver being held at first base by Dilson Herrera. And Clark, ball 4 is outside and low. That's back-to-back walks. One difference in this game is that the Iron Masters still have the DH because Eric Manoah finished the top half of the 5th inning. So Cordero gets to stay in. Now we're going to have a mound visit. Marinez has faced 3 batters, so he could come out. If you finish an inning, you can come out at that moment. But if you start the next one, you still have to face a total of 3. There is another right-hander tuning up in the Staten Island bullpen. What a wild game this has turned into. Lancaster, Lebanon, appearing to blow it open in the bottom of the 4th inning against a team that doesn't score many runs, averaging slightly over 3 a game. So the 6-1 lead seems pretty healthy for the Iron Masters, but not to be, as Staten Island belts 3 home runs to take a 7-6 lead. Now they swing the gate wide open with back-to-back walks, opening up the Iron Masters half of the 5th inning. The batter is Robinson. He has singled and struck out. Staten Island's coaching staff back into the dugout. Shaver, the runner, at second. Clark is on at first. Betancourt, the third baseman. Herrera, the first baseman, guard the bunt. Here is the set. Robinson appears to be swinging away, and he takes a fastball high and outside for ball 1. As Eric Marinez has lost track of the strike zone here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Manoah pitched a great 4. It's hard to explain what happened in the top of the 5th inning other than he had a long wait and he lost his command to Robinson. A strike taken on the outside edge, and it's now 1-1. Shaver at second, Clark at first with nobody out. The Barnstormers, Iron Masters, looking to come right back and at least tie the game here, if not retake the lead. 1 ball, 1 strike, and now Robinson shortens around and takes ball 2 inside and low. Nice stop by Gonzalez, looking for a place to throw, but neither Shaver nor Clark gave him the opportunity. 2-1 the count to Trayvon Robinson, the only one-time major leaguer that the Iron Masters have. He, a former Seattle Mariner. Not many on the Ferry Hawks. 2 balls, 1 strike. Here's the Herrera pitch, inside low, and Gonzalez saves another. He has been fabulous back there here in the 5th inning with Marinez basically all over the place. 2 walks already, the count to Robinson, 3-1. Anderson Felice, fresh off a home run, waits on deck. Three balls and 1 strike. Dilson Herrera, by the way, is the only former major leaguer on the active roster for Staten Island. Here's the 3-1. Robinson swinging and missing, and we go to 3 balls and 2 strikes. A 6-1 Lebanon lead has turned into a 7-6 deficit, but the Barnstormers given an opportunity here in the 5th inning to come right back. Shaver leads off second, Clark off first for the Iron Masters, 3-2. Robinson gets the third straight walk. And the Iron Masters have the bases loaded with nobody out for Anderson Felice, who has struck out and hit a two-run homer to right center. And we're going to get another pitching change. Here comes Edgardo Alfonso, and that will be it for Eric Marinez, who leaves after a line drive and 3 walks. He comes out with the bases loaded, nobody on in the bottom of the 5th inning, and another Ferry Hawks pitcher will be marched into the game. We'll identify who it is when we come back here on Lebanon Iron Masters Baseball.
Celebrate the history of our national pastime at the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum in Cooperstown. See priceless treasures that will bring your baseball memories to life. Connect with events that have shaped and changed the game and our country. Our stories to tell, your memories to share. Plan your family visit today at baseballhall.org. See you in Cooperstown, where the journey becomes legend.
Are you sick and tired of washers that don't use enough water or take 2 hours to clean and don't last more than a few years? Well, come into Gockenauer's in East Petersburg now and let us show you the Speed Queen commercial grade laundry. Built the old-fashioned way with warranties up to 7 full years. Gockenauer's will deliver and install your new Speed Queen, and we know you'll be fully satisfied with your purchase. Gockenauer's in East Petersburg, your hometown dealer for 73 years.
This is Steve Lum of Kramer & Lum Funeral Home. Personalizing your funeral has never been easier. Whatever people remember you by, whether it's an apron, a special chair, even your motorcycle. If it fits through our doors, it can be part of the service. Kramer & Lum Funeral Home and Crematory, Route 72 in Jonestown.
Kramer and Lum Funeral Home and Crematory. We're here because we care.
Connor Law, the new pitcher in for the Staten Island Ferry Hawks after Eric Marinez loads the bases on walks here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Shaver at third, Clark at second, Robinson at first for the Iron Masters. Law is 6'4", 220 pounds, 28 years of age, out of Chatham, Illinois. He is 1-0 in 20 appearances. His ERA 2.39. 26 in the 3rd innings, 23 hits, 7 earned runs. He's walked 13, and he has struck out 34. A great signing for Edgardo Alfonso. Anderson Felice, Trace Lair, and then Sean Dunston Jr. batting, at least Felice will be, with the bases loaded right now here in this 5th inning. The Barnstormers team-wide have been in a terrible slump with the bases loaded and on the season, batting just .208. Felice trying to at least tie it up here against Connor Law. Iron Masters are everywhere, and ball 1 is outside and low to Felice. 1-0. The starter Reynoso gave up 8 hits and 6 runs in 3 2/3 innings with 1 walk and 2 strikeouts. Marinez walks 3 in a third of an inning. He finished off last inning getting the line out. Ball 2 now missing to Anderson. It's 2-0, and this is time to take a strike, I think, although they're starkly opposing schools of thought. With the bases loaded on walks, you want to force a strike to be thrown, but you don't want to miss your pitch either and a chance to do a lot of harm. Felice bats at 2-0. Law to the set, he'll deliver. It's fouled back to the screen, so he did have a green light at 2 balls and no strikes. But if you swing there and pop out or hit into a double play, it's a disaster. It takes the starch out of the inning, where you could have waited for a better pitch selection. 2-1 to Felice, and he fouls one off. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Staten Island 7, Lebanon 6, playing the bottom of the 5th inning in a ball game that has already exceeded 2 hours in length, and most of that has come in the last inning and a half. Felice bats at 2-2. You've got to get the ball in play here somewhere besides back to the mound. And the pitch, ball 3 is low. It fills the count. Felice has to go for the right pitch. Law has to come to him. The corners play up. Betancourt and Herrera, they're going to come to the plate on a ground ball. The middle infield will go through second and allow the tying run to score. 3 balls, 2 strikes. The count to Felice, who is 2 for 5 with the bases loaded on the year. Law ready to go. Here's the payoff, swing and a miss. And that is a huge out for Staten Island here in the 5th inning. It brings on Lair, who is 1 for 2 with a run scored. This team is struggling unbelievably with the bases loaded. At some point, when I have a spare moment, I'll go back and check the numbers, but it's 1 for maybe the last 22 or 23. 1 out with the bases full. Shaver at third, Clark at second, Robinson on at first. Law is ready to go. Laird takes a fastball outside. Law hasn't exactly mastered the strike zone either, going to 3-2 on Felice. And he's behind Lair at 1 ball and no strikes. Trace 0 for 0 with the bases loaded with the RBI walk to win the game on Tuesday. It's been his only previous opportunity. Ball 1, no strikes to the Lancaster third baseman, left-handed batter. He'll take a breaking ball and foul it away. I think that's the first pitch off speed we have seen from Law. 1 ball and 1 strike. Sean Dunston Jr. waits on deck. 7-6, Staten Island leading here in the bottom half of the 5th inning. Lancaster still hoping to put together a significant inning here after loading the bases on walks. Second time that it's happened for this club in the last 2 days. Yesterday at Lexington, it was the first inning, and 2 runs scored, but without a hit. Laird takes the 1-1, and he laces a foul out of play down the left field line, and it's 1-2. Connor Law, a former Toronto Blue Jays farmhand. He got to Double-A in their organization last year. 2-0 in 23 appearances at New Hampshire. 1 ball, 2 strikes, the count to Lair with the bases loaded and 1 out. The pitch is strike 3 called on the outside corner, and Lair not thrilled about it. But Law has come back and struck out 2. Dunston will come to the plate. Sean Dunston Jr. is 0 for 3. Wind blowing from left to right. Barnstormers handed a golden opportunity here in the bottom of the 5th inning. But Law has bounced back, coming in out of the pen, striking out 2. And now Dunston looks at a fastball for a strike. It is 0-1. Right-hander continuing to throw in the bullpen for the Iron Masters. Shaver, Clark, and Robinson have stood out there for a while after 3 straight free passes. Dunston looks at a breaking ball for a second strike. It's 0-2. Connor Law dismantling an Iron Masters potential rally here in the bottom half of the fifth inning. 3 walks to start, 2 strikeouts, and an 0-2 count have followed. Dunston played toward the opposite field. Here is the 0-2. Ball inside and low, and again it's saved by Brian Gonzalez. The inning still alive at 1 ball and 2 strikes on Sean Dunston Jr. Staten Island coming from home, and of course the Iron Masters had the long bus ride back from Lexington a night ago. Left at 10:35, got in at 7:45, both in the Eastern time zone. 1-2, and Dunston hits a fly ball to left center field. Gliding over on it is Duplantis. He will make the catch, and a bases loaded chance goes for naught here in the bottom of the 5th. No runs, no hits, no errors. 3 are left, and at the end of 5, it is 7-6 in favor of Staten Island.
Like craft beers? Then the best place to be in Lancaster is Clipper Magazine Stadium. That's right, celebrate baseball or just a night with your friends at the Broken Bat Deck down the right field line. The Broken Bat features more than 20 local craft breweries plus product from a local winery. Food including Otto's Meatballs is sold off a pub-style menu. So get together, hang out with your friends, or make some new ones. Enjoy a night of craft beer sampling along with a Barnstormers game.
Get out of the heat and dive under the sea this summer with Disney's Little Mermaid at Dutch Apple Dinner Theater. Join Ariel on her adventure from the sea through the human world. Based off a 1989 animated film, Disney's Little Mermaid will keep kids young and old entertained. Performances are Tuesday through Sunday with matinee and evening show options available. Each performance also includes a buffet-style meal prior to the show. Call Dutch Apple Dinner Theater at 717-898-1900 or visit us at DutchApple.com to reserve your tickets today.
For nearly 50 years, Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster has provided a full spectrum of care for athletes of all ages and skill levels. Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster offers on-site urgent care, X-ray, MRI, immobilization, and is committed to helping you manage and prevent injuries, getting you back in the game as soon as possible. Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster is located at 1700 Cornwall Road in Lebanon, or you can visit them on the web at fixbones.com.
Cole Aker comes on for the Iron Masters as we embark on the 6th inning. Eric Manoah was fabulous for 4, and in the 5th inning, all of a sudden, the Staten Island Ferry Hawks bats came to life, maybe more than they ever have in their brief franchise history. And they average about a home run every other game, and they hit 3 in the top of the 5th. Manoah ultimately giving up 6 hits and 7 runs. He walked 2, hit 1, and struck out 5. Aker will face Mariel Batista, who got the 6-run surge started seemingly in an innocent way on a leadoff walk on a 3-2 pitch. Aker now deals, and that is cut on and missed. No balls and 1 strike. And Aker's last appearance was a mystery. He had been sailing along, giving the club incredible work. He had thrown 6 straight scoreless outings and then got nailed against the Lexington Legends the other day. Came in and gave up hits to the first 2 batters he faced, allowing the Legends not only to tie the game but take the lead in the bottom of the 8th inning. 0-2 here against Mariel Batista. Right-hander into the wind, Aker to the plate, and that is strike 3 on the outside corner. Batista goes down looking on 3 pitches. Aker has his evening started off in fine fashion. The third baseman, Javier Betancourt, will come to the plate. He is 0 for 2. He has struck out looking, and he has flied to left. The Ferry Hawks have won only 3 games on the road all year. 2 of them have been here at Clipper Magazine Stadium. Decisions that went 4-3 and 6-4. There is a strike to Betancourt. It is 0-1. They won June the 19th at York, 9-6. It's the only time they've scored 9 in a win. They lost one game to Long Island, 10-9. Popped up first base side, and Dugan will have to give up on it. It's well back into the seats. Betancourt bats 0-2. 5 pitches, 5 strikes for Cole Aker. Connor Law, by all appearances, will remain in the game for the bottom of the 6th, and the Iron Masters will send Mercedes Dugan and Cordero to the plate against him. But what a job Law did coming in, striking out 2 in a row, and then getting a harmless fly ball out of Dunston to close out the bases loaded chance. There's strike 6 from Cole Aker, and down goes Betancourt. 2 outs and nobody on. The batter will be Brian Gonzalez, who really had a big hit to set up the 6-run 5th inning, a liner over the head of Kelly Dugan. If you're wondering why Ross Peoples did not pull Eric Manoah before he did in that 5th inning, it goes back to the double hook rule. Ross has been playing with a very short bench, and you don't want to give up the DH and end up with pitchers batting. You're at a serious disadvantage. Foul ball off the bat of Gonzalez, and the bat is a goner. Ball into the crowd, and apparently out of my view, a nice play made by a fan over there on the first base side. 0-1, the count on Gonzalez, who's getting more playing time without John Nestor being here. Their other catcher now is Andres Noriega. 2 outs, nobody on base. 7 pitches in a row for strikes. Aker will wind and fire. That's fouled to the net, and we have a shot at an immaculate inning. No balls, 2 strikes from Cole Aker to Brian Gonzalez here in the top of the 6th inning. Augie Silk threw a 3-batter inning last Sunday at Long Island. That's rare. 0-2, fouled off, so we won't have it. Gonzalez hangs in at no balls and 2 strikes. It's still 9 pitches, 9 strikes from Aker. That has not broken, but it won't be a 9-pitch KKK inning. 0-2 to Gonzalez. I don't know that I've ever actually seen one. The 0-2, it's a 10-pitch, 3-strikeout inning. Aker blows away Staten Island, 3 straight strikeouts. He never threw a ball in the top half of the 6th inning. Nothing across for Staten Island. And through 5.5, it's the Ferry Hawks 7 and the Iron Masters 6.
Let's take big giant Jenga pieces and make something huge. All right, 3, 2, 1, go, Ava, go.
What are some of the greatest moments in sports? For me, I think of the basketball games in my uncle's driveway when I was a kid. He wasn't just my uncle, he was a friend. When he died, his funeral allowed me to share what he meant to me. I even brought the basketball we played with years ago. It was a meaningful funeral for a life worth celebrating.
Hi, this is Christian Kramer. The staff at Kramer Funeral Home understand the importance of creating a meaningful funeral service for a life worth celebrating. Call Kramer Funeral Home and Crematory at 717-867-4811.
Pennsylvanians are creating their own soundtrack. Thanks to PA Lottery Scratch-Offs, excitement's back. Pennies, nickels, dimes, or quarters, no matter your choice, scratching's always in order. With big top prizes and second chance drawings, thrills await. They're out there calling if it's excitement you seek and you're looking for action, play the PA Lottery. And keep on scratching. Must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
Hey kids, join the coolest club in town, the Storm Force. The Storm Force is presented by the Lancaster Barnstormers and Commonwealth Charter Academy. For only $25, kids under 12 get an entire summer of Barnstormers fun with 12 game tickets, a t-shirt and bag, the chance to go first when kids run the bases, exclusive activities, and coupons from Dutch Wonderland, Chocolate World, and more. Don't miss out on all the fun. Go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and sign up.
For the Iron Masters in the bottom of the 6th inning, it will be Melvin Mercedes, Kelly Dugan, and Andretti Cordero. They'll see Connor Law, who came in with the bases loaded, nobody out, and did the best you could possibly do, get the side in order without allowing a run. The fact that the third out was on a fly ball to left is inconsequential. He struck out the first two. Felice swinging on a 3-2 pitch, and Lair looking. Mercedes is 2 for 2. He has scored a couple of runs here tonight. Kelly Dugan emerging into the on-deck area. Cole Aker with a 10-pitch strikeout the side inning in the top of the 6th was a 2-strike foul ball by Brian Gonzalez away from an immaculate inning. We'll see if that can trigger something for the Iron Masters here in the 6th, or whether it will simply be Mercedes, who has reached 9 of his last 10 plate appearances. He'll take a strike on the outside corner from Law, who is in a great rhythm here. 0-1, the count on Mercedes. Dugan unlocked the power his last time up. He stands on deck. The 0-1 breaks inside, and to Melvin Mercedes, it is 1 ball and 1 strike. 6 hits and 3 walks in Melvin's last 10 plate appearances. 1 ball, 1 strike. Law to the plate, and it is dumped in outside. Mercedes gains the advantage at 2-1. Lights are on. We have overcast skies, no imminent threat of rain whatsoever. Here at Clipper Magazine Stadium, we may avoid it entirely. We have a very long game in progress. 7-6, Staten Island leading the Iron Masters. Mercedes swats a foul off to the left and over the stadium rooftop. 2 balls and 2 strikes to the Lancaster second baseman. The Barnstormers had a 5-hit, 5-run bottom of the 4th inning, and then loaded the bases with nobody out in the 5th and could not get a tying run over. Mercedes awaiting the 2-2, and it is strike 3 called on the inside corner. Law crossed him up. Melvin, I think, was looking away there. And Law has struck out his 3rd. It will bring on Dugan, who slugged a 3-run homer back in the 4th inning. He is 1 for 3 on the night. 22 home runs now and 61 driven in for Kelly Dugan on the year. He has been a monster. Lebanon trailing by 1. Dugan holds on the swing and does successfully hold in time. It is ball 1 and no strikes. Dugan hit a little bit of a skid toward the end of the month of June, but he still ended up batting .360 with 10 homers. We'll see if that gets him Atlantic League Player of the Month honors. Now he's opened up July with a 3-run shot. 1-0. Dugan lets it go. 2 balls and no strikes. And this is a situation where Staten Island might pitch around Kelly, even though they would put the tying run on base. They don't want to take too many chances with Dugan's amazing numbers here in Lancaster. He's been certainly good on the road and dangerous. But here at home, he has hit 14 homers in 90 at-bats, which is crazy. 2-0 pitch. He'll take ball 3 outside and low. 3-0 to Dugan. I assure you he has the green light at 3-0. With the Iron Masters down by 1 here in the bottom half of the 6th inning. Cordero is on deck. Andretti's hit the ball reasonably well tonight. Dugan waits on the 3-0. Law is inside to him. And I think he just got Barry Bonds. Teams used to pitch around Barry when he was the tying run at the plate, if it meant putting the tying run on. Dugan draws the Iron Masters' 5th walk of the ball game. Here is Cordero, 1 out of 3 with an RBI. Ferry Hawks 7, Iron Masters 6, bottom half of the 6th inning. On our way to another very long ball game. Iron Masters had taken a 6-1 lead to Cordero. First pitch strike. Law had not lost the strike zone. He was not going to give Dugan anything to hit. And I believe you're going to see the walks pile up for Kelly Dugan as we go through the second half of this season. 0-1. Cordero pops a foul off to the right and out of play. It is 0-2. Waiting on deck is catcher Colton Shaver. Cordero and Shaver are good run producers. It's not to say that they're not, but there's something very special going on with Dugan this year. And they like their chances with Law against everybody else. 0-2. The count to Cordero. Here is the set and the pitch. That's fouled over toward the broken bat deck. 2 strikes continuing on the designated hitter Cordero, who gave the Iron Masters their initial lead back in the first inning with a single through the left side, scoring Mercedes. 0-2, the continuing count with the tying run at first here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Connor Law working out of the stretch. He'll deal to Cordero, and that ball is sent toward the gap, left center field, and that is down, and that is bouncing into the alley. A sliding stop made by Duplantis. We may have a play at the plate. Here comes the throw. It won't be in time. Cordero has tied it up with a double. And it is 7-7 in the bottom of the 6th inning. So if they were, in fact, pitching around Dugan, Cordero makes them pay for the decision. The Iron Masters have tied it up, and here is Colton Shaver, who is 0 for 2 with a walk, as Cordero drives in his 51st run of this campaign. We talked about the league leaderboard in runs batted in. Cordero's 51 would have tied High Point third baseman Xander Wheel for 5th, but again, we haven't checked the box scores from the other games. Sam Travis of Long Island with 52. Courtney Hawkins of Lexington 55. Dugan now 61. And Carlos Franco 65. First pitch strike to Shaver. It is 0-1. Go ahead run in scoring position for the Iron Masters in the bottom of the 6th inning. 7 apiece. Dugan coming around to score on the 2-base hit for Cordero, his 11th double. Shaver bats 0-1. Law to the plate, and Colton gets a breaking ball. It just cuts across the outside corner at the front of the plate. Shaver walking off with a count of no balls and 2 strikes. Ladarius Clark, the left fielder, waits on deck. Well, the Iron Master is able to tie it up here in the 6th inning. Another base hit, and Lebanon could be back in the lead against Staten Island. Here's the 0-2, and the fastball misses. It is ball 1. Well, we won't be in a situation where Joel Schreiner could invoke a strange rule, and I'm not sure that it would necessarily apply here. Mariñez would have been in line for the win, but there's a rule that states if a reliever's appearance is short and ineffective, he doesn't have to get the win, but usually it applies for giving up the lead and then your team comes in and gets it back. That does not apply to Mariñez. So up until a Cordero double, he was in position to win. 1-2 now. Shaver fights it off the wrists. A foul ball back and out of play. And the Iron Master catcher stays in at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Colton has not done too much against Staten Island. He is just 4 for 25 in the season series. Ultimately, the top hitter has been Cordero. He has 11 hits now in the 7 meetings. 1-2 on Shaver. A look back by Law. Breaking ball. Fought off. A foul ball back. Cordero wasn't sure that Shaver touched it, so he took off for third, but it was indeed a foul ball. Cordero has started every game, often as the designated hitter, as he is tonight. This is his 23rd multiple hit game of the season. He's been just a very steady contributor for this ball club. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Shaver. The pitch is fired low on a Law fastball. Now 2-2. Shaver with the first chance to score Cordero, and a go-ahead run for the Iron Masters. Clark on deck is the backup plan. Colton has flied to center and to right, as well as drawing the first of the 3 straight walks given up by Marinas last inning. 2-2. Shaver takes a breaking ball, fouls that back to the net, and this battle wages on. 7-7 in a slugfest tonight here at Clipper Magazine Stadium. We're in the bottom of the 6th. First ever game played by the Lebanon Iron Masters, and it has been incredibly entertaining, but at the same time rather frustrating to have seen a 6-1 lead disappear. 2-2 again. Shaver will get ball 3 inside. Colton's had a lot of at-bats like this lately. 2 strike foul balls and at least getting the count to 3-2. First base is open. On deck is Clark, who would be very difficult to double up. Once again, Cordero leads from second. Shaver bats, 3 balls, 2 strikes, and the pitch is low, and this one eludes the grasp of Gonzalez. Ball 4 and a wild pitch to boot, as Cordero takes the go-ahead run over to third. Law issues his second walk of the inning. The Iron Masters have drawn 6 tonight, and now it is up to Ladarius Clark to hit a deep enough fly ball at the minimum to score Andretti Cordero and put the Iron Masters back into the lead here in the 6th inning. Clark is 1 for 2 with a walk in the game. He scored a run back in the 4th inning, and that is one of the traits about Ladarius this year. He always seems to make a contribution. He has scored in 36 different games. The pitch, he swings and misses. No balls and a strike against Connor Law. Cordero carries the lead run over at third. Shaver the trailer at first base. He's being held by Dilson Herrera. Betancourt plays even with the bag over at third. The middle infield at double play depth. No balls, 1 strike, and a Clark. He hits a fly ball foul down the right field line, and Law has him set up at 0-2. Connor Law has allowed the tying run to score in the bottom of the 6th inning on the double to left center by Andretti Cordero. Clark bats 0-2, and he hits a ball to right center field. Over on it goes the right fielder Batista. He'll reach up and make the catch, but here comes Cordero, and he will score on the sacrifice fly as the Iron Masters break back on top by the score of 8-7. Trayvon Robinson will step in with Shaver at first and 2 outs. Cordero's double, the key to the inning. Sandwiched in between walks to Dugan and Shaver. Though Dugan's came pretty easily. 4 pitches, not one was all that close. Shaver's took a while. He's still a runner at first as Robinson steps in. He has singled, struck out, and walked so far. Here's the pitch by Law, in on the hands and fouled back into the twines. No balls and a strike. 9 hits for the Iron Masters in the game, including 2 homers and a double. The Ferry Hawks have 6 hits, and half of those are home runs, including the 3rd inside the park home run given up by the host team this year. The other 2 have been on the road. Barnstormers allowing 1 on the turf at High Point. Ball hit over the head and then bounced back the other way on Mark Zagunis. That was hit by Xander Wheel. And the second hit by Luke Becker on a sinking liner in Lexington that bounced over the head of Clark in center. Robinson bats here at 1-1. Shaver the runner at first base. Law to Robinson way upstairs on the fastball. Now it is 2-1. Anderson Felice on deck. He was the first of the back-to-back strikeouts for Law in the 5th inning after the Iron Masters had loaded the bases on walks against Eric Marinez. It's 8-7 Iron Masters as we sit here in just the bottom of the 6th inning tonight. 2 outs, Shaver the runner aboard. Robinson will get ball 3, and he is forced out of the box. Ends up getting out of the way of the pitch headed toward his legs, and the general reaction for that is to lose your balance and stagger forward. The top of your body's going forward, the legs are going backwards, and the only way to regain your balance from that is to go forward into the other batter's box. 3-1 to Robinson. Law will deliver, and that is cut on and missed. We go full 3-2. Iron Masters are up 8-7. Bottom half of the 6th inning. And again, welcome to our listeners on Lebanon's Froggy Valley, 100.1 WFVY. Quite a game we have going on. 3-2, Shaver will take off. Robinson pokes a foul to the net. And will do it all again. The Iron Masters scored first. This is, in fact, the 3rd lead for the home team tonight. A run in the bottom of the 1st inning, driven home by Cordero. And then the Iron Masters put 5 up on the board in the bottom of the 4th. 2-run homer for Felice, 3-run shot for Dugan. Staten Island returned the favor with 6 in the top of the 5th inning on 3 homers. Runners go. And strike 3 is called on the inside corner at the knees to Robinson. He thought he had the walk. Instead, Connor Law strikes out his 4th. 2 runs, though, for the Iron Masters in the bottom of the 6th on 1 hit with no errors. And they leave 1. We're through 6. The Iron Masters are up by the score of 8-7.
The sounds of summer. Can it get any better? Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. Discover the unforgettable sensations of the Lexus Performance lineup. Explore the possibilities of a Lexus at the Golden Opportunity sales event, now through September 6th. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
This season offers a whole line of new items from Otto's Hospitality. Dig into the world-famous Nathan's Hot Dogs. Take a trip to Otto's Cantina for a walking taco or your favorite adult beverage. Enjoy a helmet of Otto's meatballs or a sausage with peppers from the Broken Bat Deck. For the sweet tooth, there are jumbo chocolate chip cookies, Skyline cotton candy, and ice cream novelties. Or simply snack on Emma's popcorn in a variety of exciting flavors. What a great way to savor your time at the ballpark, courtesy of Otto's.
The warmer weather has arrived, which means you'll be craving delicious summertime food from the Jigger Shop in Mount Gretna. A little summer getaway to the Jigger Shop awaits, along with old-fashioned soda fountain treats, outrageous ice cream desserts, and an incredible variety of salads, sandwiches, wraps, burgers, and more from their kitchen. Open Tuesday through Sunday from noon to 9. Visit Facebook and jiggershop.com for the latest updates. Celebrating 127 years with the taste of summer. The Jigger Shop in Mount Gretna.
Through 6 innings, the Lebanon Ironmasters have 8 runs, 9 hits, no errors, and a total of 8 runners left on base. Staten Island, 7 runs, 6 hits, an error. And the Ferry Hawks have stranded just 2. Cole Aker will remain on the hill for the Ironmasters as we go to the 7th inning. Antoine Duplantis will step in. He hit the first of the 3 homers for the Ferry Hawks back in the 5th inning. And that, for them, is a feast. We've mentioned tonight how the Ferry Hawks are a team built on pitching. They've got good frontline pitching, and they play a lot of little ball. It's how they have beaten the Barnstormers in the past with bunts and so on, stolen bases. Now, Aker is down and away with ball 1 to Duplantis after Cole did not miss the last inning. 10 pitches, 10 strikes. He fanned the side. But now the top of the order stands in. 1-0, the count on Duplantis. Aker ready to go. He fires and finds the outer edge. A called strike. It is 1-1. We'll check in again on the rest of the action around the Atlantic League here tonight. Lexington up 10-5 over Gastonia there in the bottom of the 7th. Wild Health and Charleston in a low-scoring game, 1-1 into the 9th inning. Ball 2 is up and away on Duplantis. It is 2-1. High Point with a 6-3 lead over Southern Maryland into the 9th inning. And the Rockers seek their 8th straight win. Too little, too late, but it has them in great shape should there be a wild card. Here is the 2-1 to Duplantis, fouled right back. Cole Aker working to him at 2 balls and 2 strikes. And York is up 9-4 at Long Island in the bottom of the 7th inning. Carlos Franco with 2 homers tonight and 3 runs batted in. So he now has 22 along with Dugan. Ground ball pulled foul up the first baseline. The count will continue, 2 balls and 2 strikes, and Franco now with 68 runs batted in. And we'll also check the Lexington box score to see if Courtney Hawkins is back in action. And he has hit 2 homers, and he's driven in 5. So Dugan with 1 homer and 3 runs batted in is sort of losing out tonight. Smash back off Aker, recovered by Mercedes, and he will get the out at first base. Duplantis retired 1-4-3. Ball laced back, it looked like around the hip of Cole Aker. It ticked out toward Mercedes, but it didn't have a tremendous amount of momentum left to it, so Melvin had to race in and make the play. He keeps Duplantis off base, 1 out, and here is Alfredo Reyes, who is 0-for-3 in the ball game tonight. And that includes a nice play on a bunt over toward Trace Lair. Aker will fire. That is a strike over at the knees. It's 0-1, and he shows no ill effects if the ball hit back off of him. Hawkins returning to action tonight, a 2-homer and 5 RBI game. So this 3-way home run race gets even more intriguing as they're all going to town here tonight. Fouled back by Reyes. It is 0-2. Dugan 22, Franco 22, but now Hawkins with 23. 68 runs batted in for Franco, 61 for Dugan, and 60 for Hawkins. They are the 3 most feared hitters in this league by far. 0-2, fastball wasted high. Alfredo Reyes batting at 1 ball and 2 strikes against Cole Aker, who has retired 4 in a row. The Ironmasters leading here by the score of 8-7 as we play the top of the 7th inning. And a breaking ball is fouled away. Reyes continuing to bat at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Angel Aguilar, who has been a major headache for the Barnstormers this year, waits on deck. Major League Baseball, Cubs won better than the Red Sox this afternoon at Wrigley, 6-5. Toronto slammed Tampa Bay 9-2. Here comes the 1-2 pitch, just low, and Reyes stands in at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Miami has defeated Washington tonight 6-3. The Phillies hold a 5-3 lead at home against the Cardinals in the bottom of the 8th inning. Top 9, Atlanta 8, Cincinnati 1. Here's a 2-2 offering. Chopper left side. Here comes Laird. Trace is going to have to cut it loose. He does. 2 outs. He is certainly the best third baseman the Barnstormers have had since Josh Bell played there every day back in 2016 when it comes to charging those slow ground balls. 2 are gone, and the batter will be Aguilar, 2 for 3 with a home run tonight. He has scored 2, also has a stolen base. He has hit 4 homers against the Barnstormers in the 7 games of the season series. 4 of his 10 home runs have come against Lancaster or tonight Lebanon. And tonight was a man's homer out to left center field. Now a ball hit to the right side, and that will be played off the wall by Ladarius Clark. Aguilar going to second. Here's the throw in time. Ladarius Clark picking it off the base of the wall and feeding Anderson Felice. Aguilar thrown out trying to get the second with the game's tying run. 9-6 on the putout at second base as the strong arm of Ladarius Clark claims a victim. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left. We're at the 7th inning stretch, and the Iron Masters are still on top by the score of 8-7.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me, are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Lancaster County Motors Subaru once again presents the Subaru Outdoor Experience. Located along the first base line, this space welcomes fans to a different experience while attending games. The Subaru Outdoor Experience focuses on creating social engagement among the fans. Fans will identify with the Subaru Outdoor Experience, which includes games like life-size Jenga, shuffleboard, ping pong, giant checkers, and bocce ball, along with an art wall of kayak, bike, and recycling arts parts and information, a dog-kissing booth, a barbershop corner, and opportunities to engage with the local business that made this unique space possible. Come enjoy the games while watching the game.
Barnstormers will face a lefty out of the pen here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Alex Katz, a native of Manhasset, Long Island, 27 years of age, has come on. This is his 19th appearance, 1-1 with a 3.15 ERA. He's allowed only 12 hits in 20 innings with 15 walks and 26 strikeouts. The Iron Masters will be sending Felice, Lair, and Dunston to the plate, and all 3 will bat left-handed against Katz, who in 3 appearances against the team known as the Iron Masters tonight, he's allowed 1 hit, 1 walk, and he has struck out 6. I talked about how this club has had trouble with lefty relievers. Able to tie the game Wednesday against Daniel Gibson on the Shaver homer in the 9th inning. But they had seen a lefty starter in that game. We'll see how the adjustment goes here. Felice is a home run, and he has struck out twice. First pitch strike in from Katz. It is 0-1. Iron Masters leading 8-7 as we play the bottom half of the 7th inning at Clipper Magazine Stadium. Felice batting exclusively left-handed as the result of an injury. Little chip shot out the left and a foul ball. Felice couldn't keep it between the stripes, and he trails at 0-2. Iron Masters up 8-7. I'll be interested to see how Ross Peoples plays the bullpen from here on out. Cespedes, Herrera, and the pitcher spot due up in the top of the 8th inning. Scott Schumann returned to action yesterday. He threw an inning. He wasn't terribly sharp, but he was able to get out of it on a double play without allowing a run. He did give up a double and a single. The arm strength seemed to be there, but he hadn't pitched in 7 weeks. And I don't know if Peoples would want to go back to him tonight and make him throw for a 2nd consecutive game. 2 strikes here on Anderson Felice. Trace Lair waits on deck. Katz into the motion, and the 0-2 is chased. Felice can't hold, and that's the 3rd time tonight he has struck out. Total of 7 strikeouts now for Staten Island pitching. Law had 4, but he walked 2, gave up the 1 hit, and allowed 2 runs, and he now would be the losing pitcher. Trace Lair is 1 for 3. He digs in. Milwaukee leading the Pirates tonight 9-1 in the 7th. Kansas City up 3-0 over Detroit in the 7th. Lair gets low bridged. It is ball 1-0. Dunston has not reached base tonight. He is on deck. And a trace, 1-0. Ground ball slowly hit. Around behind it is Reyes. He'll have time for the throw, which is clean. Lair retired 6-3, 2 men down. And it brings on Dunston, who has flied out 3 times and grounded to first. There is a lefty warming up in the Barnstormers bullpen. And ordinarily that would be Eric Cha, but I think, I may be mistaken about this, I think that it's Augie Silk throwing down there. He is scheduled to start one of the games of the doubleheader on Tuesday. He last started this past Sunday in the finale against Long Island. He did not go to Lexington. Breaking ball for a strike on Dunston. It is 0-1 as once again Alex Katz proves to be a mystery for the Lancaster Barnstormers hitters, or the Iron Masters hitters, whichever you prefer. But it's 8-7, Iron Masters leading, bottom of the 7th inning. Dunston awaits the 0-1, fouled back, good-looking swing. Melvin Mercedes waits on deck. 25-60 here tonight at Clipper Magazine Stadium for the debut of the Lebanon Iron Masters. Game 2 of this series coming up tomorrow night. The Iron Masters will be throwing Oscar De La Cruz against Hector Guance Pena. Niall Ball gets the start here on Sunday. 0-2 pitch. Fastball down and away. Again, handled by Brian Gonzalez. He did let one get through on ball 4 to Colton Shaver last inning, and that put Cordero at third from where he could score on the sacrifice fly by Ladarius Clark. That's the difference in the ball game right now. 1-2. The count on Dunston, the motion and the pitch. And Sean goes down swinging. Cats fans 2. The Barnstormers, Iron Masters, retired in a hurry here in the bottom of the 7th inning. We'll go to the 8th. Iron Masters 8 and Staten Island 7.
All right, so Haley, true or false, camels have 3 eyelids. Camels have 3 eyelids. That is true. Nice job.
Where dedication is a tradition, a helping hand in a time of need.
This is Steve Lum of Kramer and Lum Funeral Home. Why should you pre-plan your funeral? Pre-planning relieves your family from future financial responsibility and eliminates overspending. It also lets your wishes be known, allowing you the chance to personalize your funeral, making it a celebration of your life. Kramer and Lum Funeral Home and Crematory, Route 72 in Jonestown.
Ah, the sounds of summer. Can it get any better? Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. Discover the confidence of Lexus Safety System Plus. Explore the possibilities of a Lexus at the Golden Opportunity Sales Event, now through September 6th. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
Not a substitute for safe and attentive driving practices. See Owner's Manual.
There is a weekend in July where the baseball world revolves around a village in upstate New York. Baseball Hall of Fame induction weekend in Cooperstown is an unforgettable experience full of family-friendly activities and priceless moments. Make your plans today for July 22nd through 25th for the induction of Bud Fowler, Gil Hodges, Jim Cott, Minnie Minoso, Tony Oliva, Buck O'Neill, and David Ortiz as the class of 2022. Visit baseballhall.org today.
A very positive outing for Cole Aker tonight, facing 6 batters. He gave up the base hit to Angel Aguilar on the line drive to right field. 2 outs into the 7th inning. Ladarius Clark made sure Aguilar's stay on the bases was short as he was thrown out trying to go to second. Now Augie Silk takes over in between starts. He will throw the 8th inning with Ricardo Cespedes, Dilson Herrera, and then the pitcher spot coming up for Staten Island. It's 8-7 Iron Masters here into the 8th inning. Silk, as I mentioned, made the start Sunday and picked up the win against Long Island. He went 7 innings on 3 hits, 2 runs, his first quality start of the year. This will be his second relief appearance. He came on for an inning against the Wild Health Genomes back on May 22nd and threw a scoreless frame there. Ricardo Cespedes leading off. He is 1 out of 3 in the ball game tonight. Silk on with a 1-run lead here in the 8th inning. Trying to hold it for Cole Aker, and the first pitch from Augie is low. Ball 1 and no strikes. Silk has been puzzling for the coaching staff because he'll look so good for 2-3 innings, and then when things get away from him, they completely get away from it. Called strike, it is 1-1. That never really happened on Sunday. In fact, it started to, and he was able to pull it back together. There's a bunt by Cespedes, a good one, trying to hop on it is Shaver, and the catcher will have to hold the baseball. It will be a bunt single for Cespedes. He's one of the league's better bunters. And Staten Island has the tying run on to start off the 8th inning. Perfect place to bunt against a left-handed pitcher. Roll it to the first base side of the mound. Shaver had the only shot at getting off a clean throw. But Cespedes is on board, and here is Dilson Herrera, who so far tonight has knocked in 3 runs. Officially, he is 1 for 1. He has a walk, a sac fly, and an inside the park home run. Tying run on base for Staten Island here in the 8th inning on a beautiful bunt single by Cespedes. Fastball is now outside on Herrera. It is ball 1 and no strikes. Staten Island won a game on bunts. The Barnstormers committing errors on back-to-back bunts. The first meeting ever between these two ball clubs. And the Ferry Hawks went on to win 4-3. Now a drive down the right field line. That is a foul ball off the bat of Dilson Herrera. And Cespedes will go back to first base. The count is 1-1 on the right-handed batting first baseman. Out into the on-deck circle is right-handed batting Junior Santana. He would be used to pinch hit for Cats here in the top of the 8th inning. 1-1 on Herrera. That sails off the glove of Colton Shaver and gets away. Cespedes around second, and he thought for a while about going to third. 2 balls and 1 strike. The count on Herrera, and now the tying run advances to scoring position for the Staten Island Ferry Hawks. Wild pitch is charged. Here's a 2-1. That is strike 2 on the inside corner at the knees. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Silk, the 6'4" lefty from Pacific Palisades, California. Both sides of his family at one point owned Major League Sports franchises. His great-grandfather, Bing, involved in the ownership of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Bing Crosby, for those of you not familiar with Augie's background, his grandfather, Silk, on the other side, owned the Philadelphia Eagles back in the early 60s. 2 balls and 2 strikes, working to Dilson Herrera here in the 8th inning. No, not only a long show business history, but a long sports history in Augie's family. 2-2. That is pulled out the left field. Coming on is Robinson. He will play it on a bounce, and the runners end up at first and third. Herrera stays perfect for the night. Runners are at the corners with nobody out, and here is Junior Santana with a chance to at least tie the score here in the 8th inning. Clearly a situation where Ross is trying to set this team up for the second half and not simply playing for this game. The bullpen still suffering from the ill effects of having both Schumann and Graham on the sidelines for a long period of time. This club was set up to be able to hold leads in the late innings, but when you don't have the 8th and 9th inning relievers, everything else tends to be chaos. To Santana, a ball low, 1-0. Well, Staten Island, a ball club that has scored 9 runs only twice and never reached 10, on the verge of at least tying the game at 8 here in the 8th inning, if not taking the lead. Cespedes a long lead up from third. 1-0 to Santana, swing and a miss at a Silk fastball. The count is now even at 1 ball and 1 strike. A bunt single by Cespedes, a wild pitch, and then a sinking liner off the bat of Dilson Herrera out the left. Trayvon Robinson initially looked like he had a chance to come in and make the play, but that wasn't the case. Santana bats at 1-1. Silk to the plate, and it's fouled to the net. We go to 1-2. Mariel Batista, the right fielder, waits on deck, and the Barnstormers have Donald Goodson now throwing in the pen. Lebanon 8 and Staten Island 7 here in the top half of the 8th inning. The Iron Masters with Mercedes, Dugan, and Cordero up in the bottom of the inning, 2, 3, and 4 in the batting order. Here comes the 1-2. Santana looks at ball 2 just below the knees. The fans thought Silk had the called third strike, and that would have been enormous here in the 8th inning. 2 balls and 2 strikes on big Junior Santana, 6'5", and 265-pound 28-year-old from the Dominican Republic. It is 2-2 on the pinch hitter. Silk to the set, a long look toward first base and Herrera, and now to the plate, but time had been called. Then that would have been a pretty good pitch. A late timeout granted to Junior Santana, but I can't fault Bill Reuter. Santana had seemingly asked for it in time. Still 2 balls and 2 strikes here. Santana batting 130 with 1 run batted in. Silk goes back to work. Here's the 2-2, and it's popped up. Will this stay in play? Coming back is Shaver. Shaver, room at the backstop, and he makes the catch. Blair doing a nice job coming in to cover the plate to make sure that Cespedes does not try anything funny. big first out for Silk. Mariel Batista will come in. He has walked once and struck out twice. We're going to have a trip to the mound. The skipper is coming out, and he signals to the bullpen. Well, that will be it for Silk. He gives up a couple of base hits, one on a bunt, gets the key out on the pinch hitter Santana. Runners are at the corners now with one out. Silk will leave. Goodson will jog in. It is 8-7 Iron Masters here in the top of the 8th inning as the wheels spin, and we'll take a break and go back to the studios for this.
Hi everyone, Adam Gochenauer from Gochenauer Appliances, and I'm excited to tell you about a new addition to the Gochenauers family this summer season. We are now selling Titus Gas Grills. Titus Gas Grills gives you a high quality, all stainless steel grill at an affordable price, and the best thing is you can assemble it yourself in just 5 minutes. That's right, 5 minutes. Stop by to see this great grill now and mention this ad to receive a free gas grill cover with your Titus grill purchase. Gochenauers in East Petersburg.
I have a story to tell. It's the most important story of my life because it's about the love of my life, my husband. I'll tell you about the time he returned a hero and brought other soldiers back as well. I'll tell you about a man who brought honor to a nation and pride to our family. I do this not only to respect my husband's memory, but so that others remember their time with him.
Hi, this is Christian Kramer. The staff at Kramer Funeral Home understand the importance of creating a meaningful funeral service for a life worth celebrating. Call Kramer Funeral Home and Crematory at 717-867-4811.
For the youth of our area, the Barnstormers are offering a wide variety of camps throughout the summer to teach everyone some tips on baseball and softball. Camps are offered to kids as young as 4 and as old as 12. Some even involve the parents. They run from June 11th all the way through September 17th. For more information, go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and click on the Youth Baseball tab. All presented by Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster and Play It Again Sports.
Donald Goodson comes on with the tying run at third and the lead run at first. One out here in the 8th inning. A right-hander from Detroit, Michigan at 5 feet 11 inches tall in his 19th ball game of the year. No record and a 7.71 earned run average. He does have one save. It was a 3-inning save. 28 hits, 20 runs in 23 and a third innings. He's walked 18 and struck out 19. Facing Mariel Batista, who has walked once and struck out twice, and a swing and a miss at the first offering. Served up by Goodson. It is no balls and one strike.
Please get off the dugout. Thank you.
Infield set up, double play depth, partial swing. Batista couldn't hold, and Goodson has him set up 0-2. Javier Betancourt waits on deck. Goodson starting off Batista with a 95-mile-per-hour fastball. Silk touched 94 in his 3-batter stint. And now here's the 0-2. It is low. And ball one on Mariel Batista. Goodson coming with a third straight fastball. Does he keep attacking Batista with the heater here? 1-2. Donald Goodson sets. Runner from first takes off. Swing and a miss. And Shaver bluffs to second base. He'll let Herrera have that. His second steal of the night, 4th of the year. Batista is gone on strikes. That is 2 gone here in the 8th, and Betancourt will step in at 0-for-3. So that's a calculated risk on the part of Colton Shaver, but he didn't see much of an opportunity to get Herrera and close out the inning. You missed there. You open the way for Cespedes to score the tying run. And the Barnstormers, who have played a lot of extra inning games recently, aren't necessarily inclined for another. Ground ball, shortstop. Goodson may have the Barnstormers out of the inning. Low throw, snapped up by Dugan. On the back end, he just saved the lead and possibly keeping the Barnstormers from falling behind. 6-3 on the final out. Goodson comes in and snuffs out a budding Ferry Hawks rally. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, and 2 stranded in scoring position by Staten Island. We go to the bottom half of the 8th inning. The Iron Masters are up by the score of 8-7.
For nearly 50 years, Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster has provided a full spectrum of care for athletes of all ages and skill levels. Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster offers on-site urgent care, X-ray, MRI, immobilization, and is committed to helping you manage and prevent injuries, getting you back in the game as soon as possible. Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster is located at 1700 Cornwall Road in Lebanon, or you can visit them on the web at fixbones.com.
The warmer weather has arrived, which means you'll be craving delicious summertime food from the Jigger Shop in Mount Gretna. A little summer getaway to the Jigger Shop awaits, along with old-fashioned soda fountain treats, outrageous ice cream desserts, and an incredible variety of salads, sandwiches, wraps, burgers, and more from their kitchen. Open Tuesday through Sunday from noon to 9. Visit Facebook and jiggershop.com for the latest updates. Celebrating 127 years with the taste of summer. The Jigger Shop in Mount Gretna.
Get out of the heat and dive under the sea this summer with Disney's Little Mermaid at Dutch Apple Dinner Theater. Join Ariel on her adventure from the sea through the human world. Based off a 1989 animated film, Disney's Little Mermaid will keep kids young and old entertained. Performances are Tuesday through Sunday with matinee and evening show options available. Each performance also includes a buffet-style meal prior to the show. Call Dutch Apple Dinner Theater at 717-898-1900 or visit us at dutchapple.com to reserve your tickets today.
Well, we have some changes taking place for the Staten Island Ferry Hawks, and the best that I can determine is now that Mariel Batista has come in to pitch. If I am matching numbers up correctly, we'll try to sort it all out from up here, which would mean that someone has taken over in right field for the Ferry Hawks, and that's really hard to tell with the right fielder a silhouette against the lit billboard out on the right field picnic wall. But it certainly looks like Batista now pitching. Mercedes, Dugan, and Cordero, the scheduled Lebanon hitters here in the bottom half of the 8th inning. Well, as I look again, it's not it is well, it's Isaac Sanchez, we are told. No, that's not the number Sanchez has. Now that I think about it, it does look like Sanchez. First pitch strike onto the outside corner to Mercedes. It is 0-1. Sanchez recently released by York. And the discard picked up by Staten Island. Mercedes swinging through a fastball. And the count is no balls and 2 strikes here. Third Atlantic League team for Sanchez. He started with High Point last year, went to York. His first appearance for the Ferry Hawks was scoreless. Fastball is outside 1-2. He is a native of New York City, though he lives in Chicago now. Overall in the league this year, 25 appearances. He's 0-1 with a 6.41 ERA, and he's seen the Barnstormers quite a bit. Here's the 1-2. Mercedes lines it. It caroms off the body of Sanchez. There will be no play as the shortstop Reyes had to reverse his tracks. That one caught Isaac Sanchez flush. Melvin Mercedes aboard with his 3rd hit of the ball game tonight. He stays red hot. And now Kelly Dugan will come to the plate. Dugan has a 3-run homer and a walk. He has scored a couple of runs. There is action in the Barnstormers bullpen. Or the Iron Masters bullpen. Pardon me for the 3,609th time tonight. First baseman Dugan stands in. Mercedes the base runner with nobody out. Sanchez comes to the set, and Dugan drives the ball foul to the left. It is 0-1. Andretti Cordero is on deck. The Iron Masters certainly could use some breathing room here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Sanchez, the 29-year-old, 6'2", 190 pounds. He'll toss to first, and Back in is Mercedes. Melvin has already scored twice here tonight. Talk about hot. Mercedes certainly is. Here's the 0-1 to Dugan. Kelly with a drive to dead center field. Sprinting back is Cespedes. It's over his head and out to the batter's eye. Here comes Mercedes. He is on his way home. He'll score on the long double by Dugan, and it's 9-7. Kelly Dugan to dead center. Cespedes got turned around, but probably wouldn't have been able to get back there anyway. And welcome back, Kelly Dugan, after his bat was absent for just a few days. He's driven in 4 here tonight, 62 on the year, and he's still having a hard time keeping up with Hawkins and Franco tonight. Mercedes scoring for the 3rd time. The Iron Masters are now up 9-7, and here is Cordero, who has 2 hits and 2 runs batted in. Dugan launching a double to straightaway center. Now to Cordero. The fastball over the top is low. Ball 1, no strikes. Iron Masters 9, Ferry Hawks 7. Not the typical type of game when these two clubs get together. We've seen some 4-3 games. Matter of fact, the Ferry Hawks have won 3 times by that score in the first 6 meetings between the two ball clubs. Cordero will step back away. That was Dugan's 38th extra base hit of the season. His slugging percentage is ludicrous. 1-0, high and outside, ball 2. Kelly's slugging percentage was over 800 for the month of June. And that was finishing the month a little bit chilly. 2 balls, no strikes on Cordero. Colton Shaver waits on deck. Then you would get to Ladarius Clark should the inning continue. And right now you would think it would. To Cordero, here's the 2-0. A broken bat, little pop-up out towards center field. And it's deep enough for Cespedes to race in and make the catch. Cordero unable to deliver here. First out of the inning, and Shaver will step in. Andretti's problem right there is simply too strong. If he's a weaker fellow, that ball wouldn't have carried to Cespedes. It would have fallen in for a base hit. There is action in the Lancaster Lebanon bullpen, a right-hander throwing. My guess is Chase Johnson. Ross Peoples has had to test a lot of different hurlers out to close out games with Schumann and Graham being out. And again, Schumann pitched an inning yesterday, and I don't know that he's quite ready yet to step back into the closing role. He will be. Ball 1, no strikes on Shaver, 0 for 2 with a pair of walks tonight. Kelly Dugan at second base with a potential 10th Iron Masters run. 1 ball and nothing. And a Shaver that is upstairs to the backstop on the fly. And motoring ahead to third rather, is Dugan on the wild pitch. Shaver bats at 2-0. Lebanon 9, Staten Island 7. Gonzalez, Duplantis, and Alfredo Reyes, the scheduled hitters for the Ferry Hawks in the top of the 9th. And Garno Alfonso has brought his infielders in. Dugan now at third base following the wild pitch. Colton Shaver tries to extend the Iron Master lead to 3. Here comes the 2-0. And it's a swing and a miss, and the ball again gets away from Gonzalez. Charging home is Dugan on the second straight wild pitch, and it's 10-7. Colton Shaver will bat at 2-1 as play resumes here. I think he went around on that. The scoreboard reads 3-0. But in any event, Dugan has scored for the third time in the game. Lebanon has reached double figures. And Colton is checking back to Bill Reuter about the count, and it is, in fact, 2-1. That was a swing and a miss on that last pitch. Defense straight up here. Sanchez to Shaver. Swing and a miss again. And it is 2 balls and 2 strikes. Back-to-back pitches between Sanchez and Gonzalez getting away. Dugan getting third and the plate. Shaver is jammed, fouls it back, and he will stay alive at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Lebanon 10, Staten Island 7. Here in the bottom half of the 8th inning tonight. Staten Island scoring 6 runs in the top of the 5th on 3 homers, the third of which was inside the park. Here's a 2-2. Shaver will stay alive. Another foul ball. This has become his specialty. The 2-strike foul ball. It kept him going, and then he slugged the game-tying home run on Wednesday. Two and two once again. Clark waits on deck. Here is the pitch to Colton. He takes ball 3 just low. And you heard a roar from the Ferry Hawks side down there. If you were listening very, very closely, they thought they had the 3rd strike in on Colton. "3-2, here comes the payoff, and Shaver will spoil yet another. He's become a walking full count. Three balls, 2 strikes. Bases are cleared off with 1 out here in the lower half of the 8th. 10-7 Iron Masters. Shaver swings and lines it, caught by the third baseman Betancourt with a leap. That was a great at-bat for Colton Shaver. You can't ask for much more out of the Barnstormers catcher. And then at 3-2, he smokes a line drive, trying for yet another double. But Betancourt, with 2 outs, bases empty, and a 3-2 count, playing well behind the bag and able to make the leaping catch on the play. Swing and a miss by Ladarius Clark. No balls and a strike. Clark tonight is officially 1 for 2. He has a stolen base, a run scored, a sac fly, an RBI. So ultimately a productive night. You don't always have to have home runs. Although there's one. Drive deep to right field. Way back it goes. And Clark's opposite field power shows up once again. It's 11-7. 12th home run of the year for Ladarius Clark. And the Barnstormers have picked up 3 insurance tallies here in the bottom of the 8th inning off of Isaac Sanchez. Clark with the Iron Masters' 3rd home run of tonight's ball game. A couple of doubles have been added. Here's Trayvon Robinson, 1 out of 3 with a walk. A foul out of play for Robinson, and 1 strike in the count. Iron Masters 11, Staten Island 7. Here in the bottom of the 8th inning, and the right-hander continues to throw in the bullpen for the Iron Masters, but the save opportunity is no longer there. Robinson will take a ball. It is 1-1. On deck is Anderson Felice. The Barnstormers able to bounce back after giving up the 6 runs in the top of the 5th. They have now scored 5 times, continuing to unload some power. Breaking ball to the outside corner on Robinson. It is 1-2. It's Lebanon County weekend here at Clipper Magazine Stadium. 1-2. Robinson goes the other way. That's going to drop into fair territory and scoot onto the bullpen. Robinson will end up at second base on a 2-out double, the third extra base hit for the Iron Masters in the inning. The fourth hit off Isaac Sanchez. Anderson Felice will come to the plate. He has gone down swinging 3 times, but among those, he hit a 2-run homer back in the 4th inning that gave the Iron Masters a 3-1 lead. And we thought at the time that lead would be golden, but and even more so after Dugan added the 3-run homer. But the 6-1 edge did not hold. The 11-7 lead, you'd like to think would. Robinson leads off second, and to Felice now, a swing and a miss. They're feeding Anderson a lot of low off-speed stuff, and it has worked. No balls, 1 strike. The Iron Masters now have piled up 13 hits, and the extra base power has returned to this ball club. It comes and goes. Ball is low. It is 1-1. 2 of the 3 losses over the last week have seen this team go without an extra base hit. Second game last Saturday at Long Island, and then last night at Lexington. But they've also had a 5-homer game and a 4-homer game. Here's a 1-1. Felice reaches and misses again as the count goes to 1 ball and 2 strikes. Trace Lair, the on-deck batter, might not get a shot here in the 8th inning. And he'll go back out on the field. He has turned in a couple of gems defensively tonight, charging plays. 1-2 on Felice. Robinson leads off second, and the pitch is popped up behind third base. Betancourt into foul territory near the rolled-up tarp, and no play. It will stay at a ball and 2 strikes. The weather has very nicely held off for us here tonight. Afternoon storms passed through and dumped a lot of rain and knocked down some leaves and small branches around the city. No major damage. 1-2. And Felice drives it to right center field. A long way back goes Cespedes, still traveling, and he can't get to this one. Robinson will score. Felice with a long double. And now it is 12-7 in favor of the Iron Masters, as they unload quite a salvo of extra base hits here in the 8th inning. That is the 3rd double to go along with the Clark homer. Lair will step in. He is 1 for 4. When this team gets it going, and we've seen it the entire season, as this team, be it Lancaster or Lebanon, has reached double figures once again. To Lair, a fastball for a strike on the inside corner. It's 0-1. Lair spinning out of the way. 1 ball and 1 strike. An 11-10 loss for this club in the day game on Wednesday. They won 11-5 in extra innings at Long Island a week ago tonight. 2 days prior to that, they scored 11 in York, or actually 3 days. There was a rain out in between. Ball 2 is high to Trace Lair. 2 balls and a strike. The Barnstormers, Iron Masters again, they've taken Isaac Sanchez absolutely to the woodshed here in the 8th inning. And that doesn't always happen when this team faces Sanchez, but tonight it has been vicious. Cordero's broken bat fly to center, the only thing that has been routine. The other out on a blistering liner to third by Colton Shaver. 3-1 now to Lair. Sean Dunston Jr. waits on deck. Our ball game tonight has taken now 3 hours, 27 minutes to play. We've had a tremendous amount of offense. It has been certainly a great deal of fun for the people who did come out tonight. 3 balls, 1 strike, and Lair knocks a foul back out of play. We go to 3-2, and we hope that the viewers from Staten Island and the Ferry Hawks families have been able to enjoy the game tonight, and our listeners up in Lebanon tuning in on Froggy Valley 100.1 WFVY have enjoyed tonight as well. 3-2 on Lair. Ball 4 is inside, and Dunston will get a chance here in this 8th inning where the Iron Masters have exploded for 4 more runs. Dunston getting an extra chance. He's 0 for 5 in the game here tonight. It's been a big night. Dugan with 4 runs batted in. Cordero has 2. Clark has 2. And Felice 3. On the RBI count. Dunston pulls one down the right field line. That's a fair ball into the corner. This will bring home Felice. Lair is being waved also. Dunston sprinting for third, and he'll be in standing with a triple. That is Sean's 4th 3-base hit. The Iron Masters continue to pile it on here in the 8th inning. It is 5 extra base hits off of Isaac Sanchez, and the Iron Masters now leading by a score of 14-7. Melvin Mercedes started it off by drilling a liner off the body of Sanchez for his 3rd hit of the game. What an explosion by the Iron Masters here in the bottom of the 8th. Now to Mercedes, a check swing. He went too far. And it is 0-1. 10th man to bat in the inning for Lebanon. Dugan has a double, Clark a homer, Robinson and Felice doubles, and now Dunston yanks a triple into the right field corner. No balls and a strike into the dirt, trickling free from Gonzalez, but Dunston does not dare. 1 ball, 1 strike to Melvin. And Dugan is on deck. The Iron Masters launching an all-out assault. And this was after leaving the bases loaded in the bottom of the 5th. Mercedes with a fly ball out to left. Sprinting over is Duplantis. That will close it out here in the bottom of the 8th, but the Iron Masters strike while the iron is hot. 6 runs on 6 hits with no errors. 1 man left on base, and we'll go to the top of the 9th. The Iron Masters 14 and the Ferry Hawks 7.
What are some of the greatest moments in sports? For me, I think of the basketball games in my uncle's driveway when I was a kid. He wasn't just my uncle, he was a friend. When he died, his funeral allowed me to share what he meant to me. I even brought the basketball we played with years ago. It was a meaningful funeral for a life worth celebrating.
Hi, this is Christian Kramer. The staff at Kramer Funeral Home understand the importance of creating a meaningful funeral service for a life worth celebrating. Call Kramer Funeral Home and Crematory at 717-867-4811.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me, are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com. Local Flavor. Come on, everybody. Localflavor.com. Local Flavor. Localflavor.com. Local Flavor.
We go to the 5th Iron Masters pitcher of the night. Chase Johnson takes over for the top of the 9th inning. When he started to warm up, it was a save situation. It was going to be a fairly high-pressure save situation with the Iron Masters up by 1, and all of a sudden the offense just sprang into action. 5 extra base hits, 6 runs in the bottom of the 8th, turning it into somewhat of a rout. Here is Brian Gonzalez to lead off the top of the 9th inning. He's 1 for 2 with a run scored. His single to right came early in the 6-run top of the 5th. Johnson now is high. It is ball 1-0. Great outing for Donald Goodson to hold the lead. Well, he'll get a hold, so will Silk. Aker in line for the win. Silk gave up 2 hits, got an out, and Goodson took it from there. Swing and a miss against a potent Chase Johnson fastball. And it is 1 ball and 1 strike. Johnson is 1-6 with a 4.03 ERA, and it's a bizarre 1-6. His other numbers are good. The pitch fouled off by Gonzalez. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Though they're not as good as they had been. Johnson, 34 hits, 16 walks, 39 strikeouts in 38 innings. Certainly not bad. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Brian Gonzalez. The kick, Johnson to the plate, and his fastball is upstairs, 2-2. Johnson in that stable out there along the right field line that Ross has of very, very hard-throwing right-handers. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Brian Gonzalez. Johnson ready to go. He'll kick, he'll fire, and he'll miss. That was a breaking ball, and now it is 3-2. He doesn't want to come out and walk the leadoff hitter here in the 9th inning. We've seen 2 6-run innings and a 5-run frame in tonight's game. The Iron Masters leading 14-7. They've had the benefit of 2 of the big innings. 3-2 pitch, and Gonzalez gets hit by the Barnstormers again. He has to wonder what on earth he has done to our ball club. That is the 3rd time he's been hit by Lancaster in, I believe it's just 8 plate appearances. The leadoff man is on in the top half of the 9th inning, so hold on to your hats. Here is Antoine Duplantis, who is 1 for 4. He hit a 3-run homer down the right field line back in the 5th inning. Cole Aker avoided allowing the leadoff man to reach base. He faced 6 batters, got 6 outs, though it took a fine defensive play by Clark for the 6th one. Now a fastball up and away to Duplantis. Ball 1 and no strikes as the Ferry Hawks try to fight back here in the top of the 9th inning. Duplantis batting at 1-0. Johnson to the set, the pitch, and the fastball fouled into the net for a 1 ball and 1 strike count. Infield set, looking for 2. This has been certainly a long, drawn-out affair tonight, and a football score has found its way to Prince Street. Fly ball off the end of the bat, foul, and Duplantis will bat at 1 ball and 2 strikes here in the top half of the 9th inning. 6:30 again tomorrow, and 1 p.m. on Sunday. The Barnstormers will visit York Monday, and then a doubleheader Tuesday. The second game begins the second half. Here's a 1-2. Duplantis with a swing and a miss. Johnson roars back with a strikeout. That is the 10th for the Lancaster pitching staff tonight, which has become about average. Alfredo Reyes will step in at 0 for 4. The Iron Masters leading by 7 here in the 9th inning. Staten Island with what for them has been a productive night offensively. Fastball is inside on Reyes, and ball 1. It's 1-0. Gonzalez not held at first base. Dugan has dropped back. There's a chop at the plate, a foul ball. It is 1 ball and 1 strike on shortstop Alfredo Reyes. For the Iron Masters after this game, a chance to sleep off that long bus trip and then get ready for tomorrow, trying to reset the circadian rhythm. Fastball gets the knees, strike 2. That is the challenge of this business that people who are not involved in traveling with a baseball team do not understand. Your body clock gets knocked to smithereens during the season. Ground ball right side. There is Dugan. He'll go to short for 1, and then Felice had that long enough, and he realized he didn't have a shot at Reyes back to first. The ball fell out as he went to hold on to it, so Reyes safe on a fielder's choice. Gonzalez out 3-6. And that's why, with a 7-run lead in the 9th inning, you drop behind the runner. That's a base hit if Dugan is holding Gonzalez at the base. That would have gotten through, and you'd have first and second, possibly first and third. Now here is Aguilar. This man has been a major pain in the patootie to the Barnstormer pitching staff. 3 out of 4 with a home run tonight. 11 for 28, 4 home runs on the season. Johnson will deal and miss low. Ball 1 and no strikes. The Iron Masters are 1 out away from a win in the series opener, in the kind of game that we certainly did not expect to see when these two ball clubs get together. Here's a 1-0. Aguilar hits it in the air toward the right field stripe. Settling over on it is Clark. He will make the catch, and the Iron Masters prevail in the opener of the 3-game series. No runs, no hits, no errors. 1 man left on in the top of the 9th inning. A recap of tonight's activity comes your way next. Our final score, the Lebanon Iron Masters 14 and the Staten Island Ferry Hawks 7.
Ah, the sounds of summer. Can it get any better? Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. Discover the intuitive technology of the Lexus Hybrid lineup. Explore the possibilities of a Lexus at the Golden Opportunity sales event, now through September 6th. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
Pennsylvanians are creating their own soundtrack. Thanks to PA Lottery Scratch-Offs, excitement's back. Pennies, nickels, dimes, or quarters, no matter your choice, scratching's always in order. With big top prizes and second chance drawings, thrills await. They're out there calling if it's excitement you seek and you're looking for action, play the PA Lottery. And keep on scratching. Must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
At Clipper Magazine Stadium, we have hot dogs and popcorn, peanuts, soda, and nachos. But what if, say, you are only 3 months old and mom wants to have a night out and watch the Barnstormers? Well, thanks to May Grant Obstetrics and Gynecology, the littlest of Stormer fans now have a place to go for dinner during the game. Tots can take mom to the Little Sluggers dugout behind Section 13 at the stadium for a comfortable private feeding experience. A brightly painted room with comfortable furniture and TVs tuned to the game, it is the perfect spot for baby and mom during a night at the ballpark.
Welcome back from Clipper Magazine Stadium, where the debut for the Lebanon Iron Masters goes well, especially on the offensive side of the baseball. 14 runs, 15 hits, no errors, 9 left for Lebanon. And for Staten Island, 7 runs, 9 hits, 1 error, and 5 runners left on base. The win goes to Cole Aker. It has been a very busy week for Cole. He is now 2-1 on the campaign. He has had a couple of wins and a save over the span of 8 days, also a blown save. A 2-1 for Aker on the year, and he was tremendous here tonight. 6 batters, 6 outs in his 2 innings of work. The loss to Connor Law, and sometimes there may be law, but there is no justice in the game of baseball because Law came in a mess in the 5th inning. Bases loaded, nobody out, and he struck out 2, got a fly ball to hold on to a 7-6 lead, but the next inning, he gave up a couple of walks, a key double to Andretti Cordero, and the Iron Masters were able to take the lead in the bottom of the 6th, and they never looked back from there. No save in the ball game because the lead simply had grown too big. Each side with 3 home runs. For the Ferry Hawks, they all came in the 5th inning. The first off the bat of Antoine Duplantis as he pulled a 3-run shot down the right field line, his second for the Ferry Hawks, and then 2 batters later, Angel Aguilar with a home run that, well, sometimes we think should count for 2 runs as he cleared the fences out in left center field. That was number 10 for Aguilar. Dilson Herrera then an inside the park home run as Trayvon Robinson trying to make a heroic catch out in left field and banged himself up, although he was able to stay in the game. 3rd inside the park home run against the Barnstormers / Iron Masters over the course of the current season. And the first home run for Dilson Herrera. On the Barnstormers side, Anderson Felice with a man aboard in the 4th inning hit his 3rd. Kelly Dugan with a monstrous home run. It was his 22nd of the year. That was a 3-run homer in the 4th inning. And then the icing on the birthday cake on John Whitwer's 50th something birthday. Our stadium announcer is celebrating whatever number it is here today, and the icing on the cake was Ladarius Clark with a solo shot to right field, his 12th home run of the season. 3 hours, 40 minutes, our time tonight, 25-60. The crowd at Clipper Magazine Stadium. Again, the Iron Masters with the 14-7 victory over the Staten Island Ferry Hawks. Elsewhere in Atlantic League Baseball tonight, they've gone to extra innings in Lexington. Gastonia fighting back, and it's 10-10 in the top of the 10th inning. Speaking of extra innings, Charleston needed 11 to defeat Wild Health by the score of 2-1. High Point outlasts Southern Maryland 6-3 for the Rockers' 8th straight win, and the York Revolution with a 10-5 victory over the Long Island Ducks tonight. York will be a factor in the second half of the season. 2 home runs for Carlos Franco tonight. 2 home runs for the outfielder Courtney Hawkins of the Lexington Legends. So in the home run race, Kelly Dugan, despite hitting his 22nd of the year, falls behind. He is now tied for second with Franco at 22. Hawkins now with 23 in the home run column. We're not quite to the halfway mark. Ozzie Canseco holds the Atlantic League record with 48. Will that be jeopardized if one of those 3 can match the first half success with similar numbers in the second half? You could very well see it. Major League scoreboard tonight. One game, a couple of games, in fact, this afternoon. Toronto over Tampa Bay 9-2, and the Cubs winning a matinee at Wrigley 6-5 against the Boston Red Sox. Phillies winners tonight 5-3 over St. Louis. Miami has defeated Washington 6-3. Atlanta behind Max Fried winning 9-1 at Cincinnati. Milwaukee up 17-1 over the Pirates through 8. Kansas City polishes off Detroit. 3-1 was that final. The Mets tripping up the Texas Rangers. 4-3 the final score. Arizona 8-2 over Colorado in the top of the 8th. Houston leads the Angels 8-1 in the bottom of the 7th inning. The hot Baltimore Orioles, we haven't been able to say that for several years, but the O's are up 2-1 at Minnesota in the top of the 8th. And out west, San Diego and the Dodgers underway, bottom of the first, no score. Oakland and Seattle scoreless through the first inning. The White Sox do not score in the first inning at San Francisco. The Yankees and Cleveland Indians rained out tonight in Ohio, and they will make it up as part of a doubleheader tomorrow. The Lebanon Iron Masters take the field for the first time, and the bats were booming tonight as the Iron Masters hit 3 home runs in the ball game. They tacked on 4 doubles and at the very end a Dunston 2-run triple as Lebanon topples Staten Island by the score of 14-7 in the opener of this 3-game weekend series. Game 2 will come up tomorrow. For the Ferry Hawks, it will be right-hander Hector Guance Pena taking the mound. Guance Pena with a 1-1 record in 3 starts since joining Staten Island. And for the Barnstormers tomorrow night, it will be Oscar De La Cruz. He will come in with a 2-1 record, one of those wins against Staten Island. Join us once again at 6:25 here on our broadcast network, the Barnstormers YouTube channel, Go Barnstormers Baseball, or on Froggy Valley 100.1 WFVY in Lebanon. The Iron Masters winning tonight 14-7 for the ball club, their 26th win on the year against 36 losses. So join us again tomorrow. Now for my assistant Toby Prime, for our video producer Ryan Cortazzo, and all the cast and crew here at Clipper Magazine Stadium, as well as our presenting sponsor, Gockenauer Appliances of East Petersburg. I'm Dave Collins. Have yourselves a great evening and a happy and safe 4th of July holiday weekend. And tomorrow night, we'll see you at the ballpark.